Good evening. Welcome to our June 29th, 2017 council meeting. This is our final council meeting of the fiscal year, and a great turnout even though it's almost 4th of July. So thank you all for being so engaged. We very much appreciate that as a council. We will do a couple things first, and we will start with the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. We've asked Councilmember Cook to assist us with the Scouts tonight. I'm not sure. Oh, there he is. He made a grand entrance. And we see a couple Scouts in the audience. So. If everyone in council chambers can please arise.
We're going to have Tanner lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Well, why don't we do this right here, because we don't know who you are. If you could share us your first name and what troop you're part of. And I have a gift for both of you.
I'm Matthew, and we are part of Troop 215.
Yeah, I'm Tanner. I'm part of Troop 215 too.
Well, as a thank you, we have here a pocket U.S. Constitution. We'd like you to memorize this, and when you come back next time, we'll give you a test.
And then I'll test you.
And then you can test me. That's exactly right. If we're how about that? With that, let's have a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We appreciate that, and thank you to our Scouts for here. Hopefully, completing your merit badge for the community. So excellent. We have a lot of those throughout the year. It's terrific. At this time, we'd like to invite Dr. Thor Strandhort from Valor Christian Center to offer the invocation for our meeting.
Mayor Daniels, all I need is some sound. Oh, thank you. Mayor Daniels, Vice Mayor Peterson, rest of the council, and everyone here tonight. It's so great to be here in this cool chambers with all this cold weather outside. Amen? Amen. Oh, by the way, speaking of the 4th of July, we would like to invite, how many here have yet to buy your fireworks for the 4th of July? Raise your hand. Let me see. There's a couple. There's a couple. Oh, wonderful. Well, consider it a personal invitation to come and visit our fireworks tent right here at Valor Christian Center on Warner Drive. And we are between Greenfield and Higley. So if you see the big fireworks tent there with the United States flags flying all over the place, that's the place. We got some great discounts going on right now, and we got a lot of bang for the buck. So please come by and partake of the fireworks. Let's pray. Thank you, Lord, for giving this opportunity once again to come together and to be in one mind and in one accord. We thank you, Lord, for the wisdom for our council tonight in all the decisions that are discussed during this session. I ask your blessing upon all of the proceedings this evening, and we give you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory for it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Strandholt. We sure appreciate you. The clerk will now conduct the roll call.
Mayor Jen Daniels.
Here.
Vice Mayor Victor Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Jared Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Scott Anderson.
Here.
Councilmember Bridget Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan Ray.
Here.
Councilmember Eddie Cook.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Chris. At this time on our agenda, we come to communications from citizens, and members of the public may comment on matters that are not on our agenda this evening. And I look to Vice Mayor Peterson. Do we have any requests to speak?
I have lots of requests to speak, but none that are just general, so none so far.
Thank you. That moves us to the consent calendar portion of our agenda item. Are there any items to be pulled off of consent?
Mayor, I have 3 items that will be pulled, number 3, number 19, and number 20. I'm not aware of any others, but I'll double check right now. No, I don't think so, Mayor. I'm ready to make a motion if that's appropriate.
Please.
Mayor, I move to approve items 1, 2, 4 as revised, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. That motion carries with a 7-0 vote and takes us to agenda item 3. Who
Mayor,
would
we
like
have-
to speak?
We have a lot to talk about. I didn't intend to really discuss it. Just wanted to pull so I could vote separately.
Terrific. Thank you. Is there a motion on agenda item 3?
Mayor, I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion carries with a...
To redo the vote.
Redo the vote. Yep. All right. Everyone revote. Do you have them all? Okay. Yes, that motion carries with a 5-2 vote. Thank you. That moves us to agenda item, I believe, 19? 19
Mayor-
and 20, I probably heard at the same time.
Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on this one because I actually manage the insurance for a little business that I work for. And this isn't about scandal to me, but I don't think it's a good business practice to not have quotes through multiple brokers. You really can't be sure you found the best value unless you do that. Our little business, we have 5 brokers. We have over 20 insurance policies. It seems like a lot for a business, so you'd be surprised once you get into it. But we have 5 brokers. And the reason for that is we quote it out, and you find that different brokers have access to different pricing through different carriers, and you just don't know what you're going to get until you do that. And so it is a pain. It's a little more of a pain, but it's not that much more work, and it's really the only way you can be sure you're getting the best value. Now, we have $4 million in policy premiums on the agenda. Even if you only save 5%, that would be $200,000. And I think that's a conservative estimate. Just recently, and this isn't cherry picked, this is just our most recent time quoting through a different broker, not just carrier. You have to keep in mind the brokers broker the policies from the different carriers. Our most recent example, we saved 10% using a different broker to quote it out. Now, I'm sure the broker that we used to work through on that policy didn't like that, but that's just an example, and I think we really need to do that. So there's probably some confusion about how this works. Just to point this out, this is commission-based, so the town's not paying them a lot of emails. I think both sides of this conversation have been confusing, and there's no contract. They make a commission based on the policy amounts, and so the town doesn't pay directly for any of that brokerage service. And so, frankly, I don't really care what the broker makes. That's kind of irrelevant. Well, indirectly, it probably matters. But at the end of the day, you want to see about getting the best premium for the town. And again, we have to quote that out through multiple brokers. So my opinion is that only takes a few days, frankly. And so I think if we continue this to the next meeting, which is a little over a month away, we can still extend. It might cost a little bit more per time period to do it that way. But again, I think we're going to gain more than we cost by doing that. And so that's my thought. Again, I do this in my business, so I know a little bit about this. And so that's what I'm going to propose. That motion may go nowhere, but that's how I feel about that.
Vice Mayor Peterson, did we have any requests to speak from the public on this item?
No, Mayor, we did not.
Okay. I just wanted to check because we did get some emails that there would be a request to speak tonight, so I just wanted to double check. I just previous to this meeting did meet with our town team regarding this agenda item, and I just want to clarify two things on that. One is that I think after all of the emails that we've received and some of the dialogue that we've had, we're all much better educated and have a much better understanding and some clarity on some better practices that we could engage in the town. And for me, that was very helpful. And I think that we'll absolutely move forward with a competitive process, and that we will do and continue to work on a full analysis. So I'm actually comfortable at this point moving forward, because I do believe that this is at this point, and because we have the public entity. I know that in your private business, there's not time frames where you have to keep things open and RFP processes and things like that necessarily that you have to go through. I do believe that a public process would take us substantially more time than it would in the private sector. Just as a comparison, you can, make those phone calls in a couple days, but we are required to keep an RFP open for a certain number of days in order to be competitive. So I would like to see us move forward to make sure that we have substantial and adequate coverage for the community. But I'm open to other suggestions from other council members. Councilmember Cook.
Mayor, thank you. The real gist of this, in my mind, is the premium savings that we're going to have. As you can see, the traveler's premium was going to be $306 million, and now we've chosen Copper Point, which is basically almost $2.8 million. I mean, that's almost $1 million just in the premium. And I think just that alone, that staff has been able to find and work with the broker to find almost $1 million in savings, keeping the same level of service. I'm not sure what discussion we need to have. The taxpayers are going to gain almost through the efficiencies and working with staff working through this diligently, $1 million savings on our insurance. So I'm not sure, other than this particular agenda item, we move forward with. I mean, the brokers, I think the way the insurance agencies are working here is that we can't buy direct. And that's really unfortunate that we can't go directly to the insurance agent and buy the insurance. We have to go through a broker. And that's, if you think about the broker, the insurance agency working with brokerages, they're all going to try to give them pretty much the same cost. And each broker then will put some margin or whatever to try to win the business. And I wish we could buy directly from the insurance carrier themselves and not use the broker, but that's just the way the business works. So to me, if the broker that we're using is able to find us almost $1 million in savings of premium, I'm not sure we need to do much right now, because I do like what staff has provided.
Are you willing to put that in a motion for us, Councilmember Cook?
Well, I think the motion would be to approve agenda item 19.
And I think we'll do 19 and 20 together unless there's an objection.
But again, that's just my comment.
Okay.
I can let others, comment as well. But to me, that's the savings.
Okay. We'll go Councilmember Taylor and then Councilmember Ray.
Mayor, thank you. So, Councilmember Cook, if I'm understanding you, it's really just the difference. Your $1 million in savings is the difference between the two bids, right? We're not necessarily reducing our premium from last year, because that's going up $400,000, right? That's not what you're saying.
Yeah, my thought is that the previous insurance agency, it looked like that we used Travelers with 3.6,
right.
And then Copper Point is, almost 2.8.
Yeah,
that to me is, if you had to pick between the two, we went with the lowest one. So
yeah,
I do like that.
I'm sorry. And I think that is good work. I'm glad that they bid that. It is a year-over-year increase over the last 4 years. I agree with Vice Mayor to do this for another month could give us some savings. I'm doing this for my company. This is going down, actually. You know, the premiums are going down. I know it's a completely different market, completely different circumstances, but you usually see some, not a consistent increase. Anyways, so I'd be happy to support that if others are doing that. The other thing, Mayor, as you said, we learned a lot in this. One thing I learned, and I'm going to send a card down on this, is I'd like to have at a future council meeting a discussion on taking the gift policy that we all abide and extend it to town staff. It's pretty straightforward. And like to have that. So I'm going to send that down and we can see what we can do with that one. But I'm happy to support the Vice Mayor's motion if that moves forward.
Thank you. Could Lee Frisch?
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could.
Yes.
Mayor, members of the council, quickly, just in summation, I think this has been an excellent process for us to understand how we've procured these services historically, and there's two basic ways in which to do that. The way the town has historically done it, where we outsource the large portion or the largest portion of this kind of work in this category to our broker versus outsourcing a much smaller portion of it, bringing more of those services in-house and handling those with staff. That does put pressure on our staffing and may necessitate an increase in staffing. But what we are planning to do as staff over the next 12 months, and I think we're going to target our spring financial retreat. We will plan on doing a competitive procurement next year, as well as do a very in-depth cost-benefit analysis of continuing to outsource the majority of those sources to an external vendor versus bringing or a mix of internalizing some of those functions and outsourcing some of those functions, and bring it to you to make a decision on what we believe is in the town's best interest. But we will definitely do a competitive procurement process. In regards to your council request, we are also going to have already begun the process of revising our personnel manual to do just what you've asked. So if you'd like to hold on that, we'll make those revisions and then bring those forward to you for review and approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Ray.
I was just going to say, I don't even know about this RFP process and the necessity of it. There's no contract right now. We can use someone else tomorrow. There's no contract. It's commission-based. You get a quote through another broker and get as many brokers as you can. There's no contract here. So I'm a little confused on that. We can use someone else tomorrow.
I would actually encourage you, Vice Mayor, to have that conversation directly with Lee, because there are actually some legal parameters that we have to follow that doesn't allow us to just open it up. And he can explain that far better than I can, but maybe we could do that offline. Because I'm pretty sure 99% of this room didn't come here to hear an insurance conversation.
Either way, if it took 2 months, it still would be worth it. I'm telling you, the savings are, anyway, I think we should do it.
I was going to have Patrick give us a 20-second process explanation. If Vice Mayor Peterson's idea were to move forward, is it possible to get additional quotes in the next month or two and make it in the time frame to make sure our insurance doesn't lapse, et cetera?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Ray, our contract with Willers Towers Watson does expire at the end of this fiscal year, so we will be out of contract, and there are services that they provide through third-party administration and other matters that we would not be able to handle ourselves, and so we would put ourselves in a real bind. So staff's request is that we approve the measure before you tonight, and it is our commitment. We will do a competitive process to procure this service and all the services, as well as bring you a value-based analysis of how we'd like to do it in the future.
Patrick, if there's a contract, why hasn't it come to council? I've been told by staff there is no contract with Willers Towers Watson for this.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Peterson, excuse me, a competitive procurement process to utilize the brokerage firm that best meets the needs of the town for the best value to the community, dollar-wise.
So does that mean that if we don't move forward, then this current brokerage that we're looking at would potentially go away? This
Mayor, Councilmember Ray, let me go ahead and have Lee Frisch come to the table if you'd like to have a better understanding of what services would be at risk if we were not under agreement with them in the new fiscal year.
Good evening. Lee Frisch, Risk Manager for the Town of Gilbert. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. So it's kind of a combination of brokerage service as well as insurance. So what we're really looking at is the renewal of the insurance for property casualty as well as workers' compensation, which will expire June 30th. And so that will create a very large burden, very expensive. We don't know that we would even be able to extend the workers' compensation. If we were to do that, my understanding is that we would go with Travelers and ask them to extend it, and they would only do it for next year for $3.6 million. When you start breaking up for the premium, when you start breaking up the insurance policy years, you start interfering with EMOD calculations and other types of items that help us understand the risk and the premium associated with the risk that they're writing. So again, I think I'll emphasize what Patrick Banjer had just said, in that I think our best move would be to pass these two items tonight for the insurance that expires June 30th and go out for an RFP next year and competitively bid those services.
So Lee, thank you for the explanation. Is it fair to say that with workers' comp ending the end of this fiscal year, which is in a couple of days, that we don't think that as a town we can do a 1 month, for example, addition to the current contract with them at the same rate as the previous year, obviously 1/12 of the rate?
Mayor and Councilmember Ray, that is correct. They're under no obligation to extend us for a month or 2 months.
Mayor, I think we're over a barrel. I'm hearing the information I haven't had yet. I guess we'll approve this, but the fact that we haven't had a quote through another broker for a decade, I don't know how long it's been, it's just a head scratcher for me. I don't know how we got to that point.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cook. And just prior to, I just would like to make one suggestion. I know that historically we've brought this particular agenda item to this last council meeting of the fiscal year. I think in the future, similar to our budget process and some other things, we would love to have this sooner in the fiscal year. In case there is some added dialogue, it would give us a little buffer. I mean, when we're working on something that expires in 2 days, it doesn't give us very much leeway. So I would concur with Vice Mayor Peterson that in the future, let's calendar this probably a little bit sooner and see if we can't work with the brokers to make that happen. I would imagine with a new RFP that we can set those types of parameters. So
yes.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Cook.
Mayor, I just want to, compliment Councilmember Peterson. We're going to go RFP. I already talked to staff. I agree with you 100%. It's something that we've been doing as a best practice on many of our contracts. Not sure why we haven't done it in the past, but it'll go out. I'm confident and for sure that this coming year, as Lee and his team moves forward, we'll see RFPs on this. With that, Mayor, I'd like to move that we approve agenda item 19 and 20.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion carries with a 6-1 vote. Thank you. That moves us to, that completes our consent calendar tonight and moves us to the public hearing items. We do have quite a few of you who wish to speak on actually a variety of items. You're not all here for the same items, which is always interesting when we have meetings like that, but we can do this fairly quickly, and I'm looking to Vice Mayor Peterson for assisting us in the quantity of individuals for each public hearing item, and also looking to council. Is there any public hearing item that council wishes to discuss? Any public hearing items, council?
Can we hear what the public?
Yeah, it's the same, I'm sure. Any public hearing items from the council?
It'll be the sign code, Mayor, but we can put that one to the end.
Yeah, I was planning on that.
Can we do that?
Mhm.
That would be the best thing to do.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so
Mayor, I'm sorry. Did you already list the ones that are already pulled by virtue of public comment?
no, but I think it's pretty obvious based on
Okay,
just the
yeah.
quantity of emails and communication that we've had, so I didn't want to,
I don't have anything new.
anything
above and
additional.
beyond that.
Okay, thank you. So sign code as well as probably the zoning changes. So let me know, Vice Mayor, which ones we need to have discussion on.
Is CDBG also? 37. Yeah, 37. So, of course, that one does have comment as well, so that works. I think that's all besides, yeah, the sign code
And you have requests to speak on which agenda items?
Mayor, we have requests to speak on items 31, 34 and 5, obviously, and 37. We had one on 32, but it was withdrawn from Mr. Van Dam. He was for the item. I'll submit that for public record. Also just mention that Kathy Tilke with the Chamber of Commerce, she didn't request to speak on it. We've already voted on the consent, but just to note that she was for item 17, and that's also submitted for public record.
Thank you. 32 is not on, no one, is anyone here for agenda item 32? We don't have a
There
request.
was one, but it was withdrawn. So as far as I know, there are none on 32.
Okay. Let's do this then.
Mayor, 36.
36 has been removed.
Oh, it has? Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll do this tonight. We will open the public hearing on agenda items 29, 30, and 32. I will close the public hearing on those agenda items and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve those items.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion carries with a 7-0 vote. Thank you. We will move 31 to the end of our public hearing discussion, and at this time, discuss agenda item 33.
Mayor, so 33.
And I will open the public hearing on agenda item 33.
Okay, so 33, we didn't have any to speak on 33, Mayor. I'm sorry if...
I thought that was in the prior motion.
So I did not do 33. So 33, actually, we do have one email that's been requested to be part of the actual public record. Amy, can you help us with agenda item 33 tonight?
Certainly. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of Town Council. We actually had two emails that were in your packet. One was from a resident south of the property, and one was from a resident west of the property. One was concerned about a wall height, and the other was just concerned about 24 hours for business. So I'm happy to make a presentation if you'd like it, or we can...
I actually just have one question for you, Amy, on this public hearing. Maybe other council does as well. But the request was made by the individuals who emailed to not have 24-hour type access to this particular facility. Is that something that we would even have a regulation or a tool to use in order to regulate that?
To the best of my knowledge, Madam Mayor, we do not regulate that on any zoning category for commercial except neighborhood commercial, and I've never seen it modified in the past.
Okay. Okay. So with that, thank you, Amy. I will close the public hearing on agenda item 33 and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve agenda item 33.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. That motion carries with a 7-0 vote. Thank you. That moves us to agenda item 34, and I think what we'll do is take 34 and 35 and do those in one public hearing. So I will open the public hearing on agenda items 34 and 35. How many requests to speak do we have on this particular item?
Mayor, I'm sorry I didn't write it down. We have... We have 13 requests to speak, and they are all against. Mayor, I don't know what time frame you think's appropriate. I was thinking about maybe 20 minutes and just ask them if they can work together to figure out how they can use a total of 20 minutes for their side. Seems like it should be enough time, but I just see what your thoughts are.
Thank you. I think that's a reasonable amount. So we will ask the 13 individuals who wish to speak on this agenda item just to be aware that there's 20 minutes total for all of you. And so if you could please just acknowledge the fact that there's someone on deck waiting to come forward, and we will ask Vice Mayor Peterson to keep us moving on that. The podium is here, and so, oh, sorry. Are you giving a presentation?
If you would like one, I'm prepared to give one. If you want to just get right to the public comment, that's...
I think public comment will be the way to start today. Okay.
Mayor,
Actually, council has asked for a presentation, so we'll go ahead and start with the presentation. And I'm so sorry I haven't met you yet, so tell us. Ashley, thank you. Welcome to council. You got a really good case right here for your first one before council, so thank you.
I do. Thank you, Mayor Daniels and council. So as you mentioned, we will talk about these two items together. This is an appeal of use permit 17-1001 and an appeal of the design review 17-1001. So just to give a little bit of context and location of this property, this is located off of Cooper Road, south of Guadalupe. It is bounded at the rear by the railroad. You may be well aware that this is a portion of the former Chef Steel site. Earlier in 2016, 10 acres of the Chef Steel site was approved for the waste transfer station. So this is the remaining 13 acres to the north. If you look at the aerial map, you can see that there is existing development on the site. Again, that is the Chef Steel canopy. The applicant does propose to use a portion of that existing canopy for their proposed use, just as the Weinberger transfer station is using a portion of it as well. So the appeal before the commission or before the council tonight is specific to one of the findings with the use permit, and that is the granting of the conditional use permit would not be detrimental to the health, rights, or safety of persons living in the area. The concern being that appropriate measures may not have been put in place with the approved conditions, and that there may have been some missing information that the commission didn't hear. So just some details on the Arizona Auto Parts. Again, this is 13.3 acres, just a portion of the former Chef Steel site. The existing zoning on site is general industrial. It has been zoned general industrial for a number of years. If we look back at some aerial photographs from the 1960s, you can see existing industrial development back at that time. Arizona Auto Parts, by our land development code, is considered a salvage yard. And the Land Development Code requires a use permit for a salvage yard in the general industrial zoning district. The Planning Commission did add a condition of approval that limited hours of operation from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. 7 days a week after considerable discussion. And then the design review application that looks at landscaping, architecture, preliminary grading and drainage was processed concurrently and also subject to the appeal tonight. So just very quickly looking at the site plan, they've got this kind of odd-shaped piece that extends all the way back here. This is where the salvage cars will be located with a long drive aisle, parking at the front, and then they'll be using a portion of the existing canopy. That's where the work on the vehicles, dismantling, removal of fluids will occur. Just zooming in a little bit to the parking lot, you can see there is a proposed access point both at the north and the south. The northern access is a condition within the staff report that be emergency access only, so it will be gated. And then the southern access point is shared with the Weinberger transfer station. It's important to note that there is a solid 10-foot screen wall, if you can see my mouse, that extends along this portion to screen those salvage vehicles, with a solid gate here and then a solid gate here as well. The floor plan, this is the floor plan that was presented to the Planning Commission. The applicant did send over to me an updated one today that he'll cover as part of his presentation. But essentially, you can see there's part storage underneath the canopy in this area, dismantling and draining of the vehicles, also under canopy on a concrete surface, and then they will be constructing a new office at this portion of the canopy. Very quickly going over landscaping, that was something that the commission looked at. They'll be required to meet all current landscape requirements. That includes perimeter landscaping as well. And then building elevations, I'll just go through these very quickly unless the council would like me to spend a little bit more time on it. But again, they're using the existing steel structure, making some improvements to the face of it, and replacing any material that needs replacing. Again, this is the east elevation. And then here you can see the fence detail that will screen the salvage vehicles along the top. With the use permit, the Planning Commission and Council are required to make 4 findings of fact to approve this. Again, the finding that is in question with this use permit is the first finding that you see listed here, that it won't be detrimental to the health, safety, general welfare of people living or working in the vicinity. Staff's recommendation to Planning Commission was approval. Again, we do recommend that the council uphold that recommendation. In the time that we have been kind of reviewing the appeal and hearing some of the concerns from the public, we've added 2 conditions of approval to the use permit, 2 suggested conditions. And one of that is that the applicant abide by the traffic and vehicle ordinance portion of the town code to limit commercial truck traffic on the residential streets. And then the second is vehicles awaiting depollution be staged on the concrete surface. And then we also proposed a modification to condition number 2. It previously said that salvage items or salvage vehicles shall not be stacked, and we have amended that to be salvage items. And then with the design review case, staff also recommends the council uphold the commission's decision. Here we also added in the condition that vehicles awaiting depollution be staged on the concrete surface. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for the presentation. I want to make one comment before we start hearing the residents with their concerns and opinions. Is we've heard a number of things from residents, communication. One thing I want to make clear before we start is that this is not an item that would normally even come to council. There were comments as though council was trying to hide this or make it quiet. The fact is, as she said, this went through planning and zoning and they approved it. And the only reason why it came to council was because it was appealed by a council member. And so I want to make sure that people in the audience realize that this isn't some sort of thing where council, this was coming for months and months and months, and we just didn't say anything about it. This would have never come to the council. And so I look forward to hearing the comments from both the applicant and from residents. But I did want to make sure that everyone realized that this went through the process to design review, who has the final say on it, unless it's appealed by somebody. So with that, I look forward to hearing from residents.
All right, Ashley. Can you go to the picture that has the canopy detail? Top view with a little bit further back.
Councilmember Cook, the floor plan, perhaps?
Yeah, the floor plan, yes, that one. Obviously, I might need a magnifying glass, a redefined print, but I think I was in your office with Kyle the other day, and I think down in the lower left-hand corner, is there any language there that talks about staging area? I notice I see some stuff on the right that says staging area, but I thought there was some language there that says staging area underneath that canopy.
Mayor and Councilmember Cook, that is correct. This area right here is shown as delivery staging area, and then this is a delivery loading space. Also, not under canopy over here is dismantling and staging area.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question. Reviewing the minutes of the Planning Commission, there seemed to be a lot of discussion about environmental concerns, about liquids and so forth that may leach into the ground here. Is there a reason why we haven't addressed that in any additional conditions, since we have put other conditions into it?
Councilmember Anderson, because that's something that is handled through another agency, through the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, really the condition that we would be looking at would be saying that they comply with those, which is not something that we typically do, since they're already required to comply with ADEQ's standards.
Thank you.
Ashley, one follow-up. With the additional conditions on the use permit, has the applicant currently agreed to those?
You will hear from him, and as I mentioned initially, he does have a revised floor plan, and they are looking with the revised condition that requires the vehicles before they go through the depollution process to remain under canopy. They are requesting that they just be on a concrete surface, not necessarily under the canopy, but the applicant does have a raised site plan to show you and some information regarding how fluids will drain if there is any leakage on that.
But they're okay with the other conditions as far as you know?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley. Great to meet you. I look to Vice Mayor Peterson to assist us with our public hearing. And just in a brief side conversation, it might be easier, instead of having to have everybody communicate with one another, that each individual who wishes to speak just get 2 minutes. So we'll just move forward with that plan. That's 26 minutes. I think that would probably suffice and get us where we need to be tonight on the public's time. So, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, before we get started, those just for the record, we have Grace, last name starts with an S, I will submit as for public record. She did not ask to speak, but she was for the item. We have also Peter Bachelet, probably. Forgive me if I got that wrong. He also did not wish to speak, but was for the item. And then we had, let's see, I guess I don't have to read every name, but we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 who did not wish to speak, who were against the item. And then we have new ones. Oh, okay. So we have, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 who do wish to speak in favor, and we'll do the same thing with them. We'll give them 2 minutes, and maybe we'll just alternate, Mayor, or we can go in a row, but we could alternate. Does that work? Okay. Sorry. I got new ones while on the fly, so I'm going to have to plan while we go here. So we're going to start with Richard, oh my, is it Lustner?
We're going to get him some glasses before next council
I apologize.
meeting.
Handwriting is a class I need to take. Yes, please, and you'll have 2 minutes, and then on deck we'll have Paul Allen.
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
yes, I'm
don't
Richard
count this time.
Lustiger.
Just state your name for the record and whether or not you are a Gilbert resident. Thank you.
I am Richard Lustiger. I am a friend and attorney for a Gilbert resident, Marcela Manuelas Cervantes, who is here tonight also. I'm here to express her concerns to the council. She is a public school teacher living in your town. She has a home that is near this project, and she's very concerned about the proposal. These junkyards and auto wrecking yards are notorious for health and safety problems, and that's the principal concern. There are a lot of obvious heavy metals involved in cars and dismantling cars, but there are also a large number of toxic fluids, including petroleum, gasoline, and engine oil. There are other toxic fluids, including brake fluid, transmission fluid, power steering fluid, and others. It is notorious the way that these do leach into the ground, as Councilman Anderson has pointed out correctly, and it is a terrible problem. It has been a big problem in other municipalities nearby, where these have led to Superfund sites that have caused decades of problems, including the city of Phoenix and the city of Tempe. This area, while once rural, is now very largely settled as residential. This program is wildly incompatible in land use with the residential character of this neighborhood. And the fact that it was brought to the council on appeal was for a reason. You have the responsibility to decide whether this is or is not an appropriate use for this neighborhood that is residential in character. In addition to the health and safety issues, the leaching of liquids, the problems with air and water, I'll be done in just a moment. There certainly is an issue with respect to property values and frustrating the effort efforts of the town and the residents to build value here and a good place to live. So we ask you very strongly, please deny this request. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Paul Allen, and then on deck, we'll have Joe Backus. And again, just state your name and whether or not you're a Gilbert resident for the record.
Mayor Daniels and members of council, my name is Paul Allen. I am not a resident of Gilbert, but I grew up in Gilbert. Graduated from Gilbert in 1992. My mom still lives here, so I spend a lot of time in Gilbert still today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council tonight in favor of Arizona Auto Parts and their new business in Gilbert. So I am proud of how Gilbert has grown and proven itself a leader in supporting small business. I love to work on vehicles, and I have been a customer of Arizona Auto Parts for over 20 years. I can attest that they run a clean, environmentally conscious, and honest business. They run a business that Gilbert will be proud of. I'm very happy to see that they're willing to bring their products and services to the East Valley and invest in improving this dilapidated site. This project will result in an asset to the town, not a liability at all, and I encourage the council to approve this project. Thank you.
All right, Joe, you're up, 2 minutes, and then we'll have Michael Pearson on deck.
Hi, I'm Joe Backus. I'm a resident of Gilbert. I'm representing myself as a resident and the HOA as an HOA board member. I come to speak to you and request strongly that you deny this use permit. Council has brought this because of concerns brought by members of the public, and we're very concerned that the process was somewhat limited in the notification based on the way that the notification and the sign was positioned and set up. The environmental impact of this project will be lifelong and far-reaching. We have a federal Superfund site present already in this location from the 1960s, and the high risks of contaminants being brought to the area should not be ignored. Automobile recycling brings toxic chemicals and heavy metals found in junk cars to our neighborhoods that pose a substantial risk to humans and the environment. In determining the project meets the code, the staff did not provide any evidence of an effort to consult with the appropriate representatives of county, state, and federal agencies with the knowledge and expertise to ensure appropriate conditions were in place for compliance with these agencies. And the proximity of the neighborhoods to the proposed use will interfere with the enjoyment. Residents will be subjected to heavy metals contaminants, noise pollution, increased traffic loads, and property value declines. The 10-foot proposed wall is not a solid wall anymore. With cinder block, it is now going to be partially metal. That'll only enhance the sound that's coming from the yards. The traffic study that was cited was a 2014 study, and I doubt that it took any consideration of what's been done into the Heritage District and what it's caused the traffic to be shifted to Gilbert Road or Lindsay Road or other roads. And the junkyard fires that you've seen recently, there's been many recently, the examples would not be a good example for Gilbert. I would strongly urge that you deny this or put conditions on it after you've had the time to consider it carefully. Thank you.
Michael Pearson, you have 2 minutes, and we'll have Jerry McBee on deck.
Mayor Daniels, council members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Pearson. My family owns Arizona Auto Parts Company. I'm 4th generation. Our company has been in business since the year 1919 in Phoenix, Arizona. We're coming upon our 100-year anniversary. I lived in Gilbert for 10 years. I'm married, my wife's here. My oldest son is here. He will be 5th generation in the business. I lived in Gilbert the first 10 years of my marriage, and we are currently a Mesa East Valley resident. We have 7 locations. Our corporate office and location in Phoenix, which has been at that location for over 65 years, has residential housing on the 20 feet on the other side of a block wall, and we've had no issues, no complaints, no contamination. We have no citations or violations from ADEQ, EPA, or any other environmental agency. Every one of us drives vehicles. Every one of us, most of us enjoy our vehicles and the freedom that it provides. But I think what we're failing to remember is that these vehicles have an end of life, they get damaged, they get salvaged. We provide a very responsible way for these vehicles to be recycled and reused. I would venture to say everybody in here puts their blue trash can out and recycles their bottles and other things. We are an environmentally conscious company, that provide a great service to the communities we operate in. We are a long-standing company, as I stated, with no prior issues. We offer cost-effective alternatives to new and aftermarket parts that are original equipment from the manufacturers. So our product has a great value to the customers that we serve. We do not store or stack tires. We do not stack cars. And we've had no fires or issues that you may hear some say. I appreciate the time. I know it's up. Thank you.
Jerry McBee, you'll have 2 minutes, and we'll have Russell Bowers, or Rusty, on deck.
It's worth noting that Jerry McBee came out of retirement again. I remember.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Yes, I did come out of retirement because I was drug out of retirement. I've received, I'm eating up some of my time, I received what my lifetime goal is to become a bum, and I was one until I got drug up over this junkyard issue, okay? Now, it sounds to me that you've got a problem on your hands, a big one. Remember Zinke, big league fields and all those things? If you're not careful, your legacy will be junkyard. Do you realize that this environmental time bomb is less than a mile from the downtown Page intersection in downtown Gilbert? What would happen all of a sudden, for some unknown reason, that a major fire breaks out? Toxic chemicals that kill you within 30 seconds or less that can develop. Hazmat stuff from oil, fumes are all highly toxic and violent and deadly. Come waffling through the town of Gilbert in the downtown section. Mom and pop and all the kids are out there eating chicken and waffles at Chicken and Waffle Place, and they start dying like cockroaches. Stop and think about that. If you so desired wants to give this zoning use permit to this junkyard, then you better put conditions on it that make some very stringent EPA requirements. Was there ever an environmental impact study done on this? I've not seen anything on it. Was there? Don't know. You're taking a lot to granted for what you're saying you're going to do. We're going to prove this. And I don't understand how this thing come through, like you said, Jordan, how this thing it didn't come through the council. It didn't come up to the public view. I said it. Wow, this thing looks like it's been slipped under the radar scope backwards. We saw that happen in the Zinke land deal where the town of Gilbert spent $56 million for 80 acres. Let's not do that again. We're risking lives here. Your lives, my grandchildren, family, and friends. Stop and think a minute what you're doing. You can dress up a pig by putting lipstick on it, but you know what? It's still a pig.
All right, Rusty, you'll have 2 minutes, and we have Barbara Adiego on deck.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Russell Bowers. I am not a resident of Gilbert. I came to speak to the character of the people who own these businesses. I've done business with them for 15 years, and my family has as well. But I am the author of the state Superfund law. I am the author of the state wharf law. And for this to be characterized as a possible Superfund site is a gross abuse of the truth. And I would hope that hyperbole would not play in your decision making, and I'd be glad to talk or answer any questions on that issue, totally. I am very familiar with these people. As I said, I am a customer, and I'm grateful that they may be moving into the East Valley region to keep those of us who use recycled parts, dealership parts, for our vehicles and our families' vehicles, that we don't have to go clear to Phoenix to do it, that we might be able to access a professionally driven, very environmentally responsible use of our recycled materials that we bought and that we sell or that we dispose of in our own ways, and that this is an extremely responsible way to do that. And I thank you extremely for letting me come and speak to those issues.
Barb, you'll have 2 minutes, and then we have Dan Lundell on deck.
Is Lars here? Lars? Actually, would you mind if I give this to Lars?
That's fine if you want to defer your time to someone else. Go ahead.
Can I just say 30 seconds of my own personal thing? Isn't it amazing? I'm Barb, by the way. I'm a longtime resident in Gilbert, business owner. Isn't it amazing that all the people for it don't live here? Once it's a slippery slope and you bring down the quality of life in Gilbert, it is extremely hard to get out of that slide.
Thank you.
My time.
Thank you, Barb. 1 second, Lars. I failed to say this at the beginning. We generally don't permit clapping in the council chambers just because it's an active debate. So if moving forward, we could just limit. We want to be able to hear all the comments that are being made as well. So thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Severson, and I'm here to read a letter from my mother, Adelaide Severson. She's the president and CEO of Bush Techs, but she's out of town right now, and she wanted to make sure that her concern was heard by all of you. And it's also her birthday today, so I promised I'd read it. Anyways, Mayor Jen Daniels, Vice Mayor Victor Peterson, and honorable council members. As a longtime resident of Gilbert, Arizona, and an active member of our community, I have the pleasure of working with many of you on several joint municipal efforts. Furthermore, I have the privilege of being able to call the majority of you my friend. However, I come to you today not as a friend or a colleague, but as a local business owner. As a businesswoman, I understand the notion that the pick-apart salvage junkyard has the potential to increase commercial growth, and thus aid in providing our city with a better economy. However, as a local business owner, I have urged the council to reflect on ongoing commitment to current local business development. Consider the personal situation that my business, Bush Techs, will face by council allowing the salvage junkyard. Bush Techs has operated out of 723 West Guadalupe Road for over 10 years. Barry Severson, my husband and business partner, and I chose to locate here in Gilbert for its family-friendly, safe atmosphere. That same environment is why we also chose to live and raise our family here as well. However, it is my sincere belief that the salvage junkyard establishment will permanently damage that ideal. Safety is something I must strongly consider. My company, Bush Techs, deals with very expensive equipment and antennas, much of which we keep at our Gilbert office. Pick-apart car salvage and junkyards often attract vagrants looking to steal equipment remnants to sell on their own. In fact, the council can see that the Phoenix location pick-apart is situated in one of Phoenix's higher crime areas. Unfortunately, that is an unavoidable occupational hazard that the salvage junkyard has due to its nature of their own business. However, while a salvage junkyard owner cannot control his or her clientele, I can control where I operate my business. I say this not as a threat, but because I do not want anyone looking to make a quick dime with theft tempted by Bush Tech's wide array of equipment. Bush Techs has previously dealt with theft in this neighborhood, and I fear junkyard will put our equipment and our employees at risk. Therefore, I ask the council to consider the safety of our environment, its esteemed reputation, and the welfare of its current local businesses and the patrons. Trade-offs are patrons trade-offs that the council really wants to make? I don't think so. That's why my vote is against the junkyard. Thank you for your time.
Dan, you'll have 2 minutes, and then we'll have Harvey Schroeder on deck.
Mayor Daniels, council members, thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. I'm here on behalf of, in support of Arizona Auto Parts. I am a Gilbert resident, a longtime Gilbert resident, unlike one of the assertions that was made. And I can also attest to the owner's integrity and running a very clean, good-looking business. Even their Phoenix business is a great-looking business. It would be an asset to what has been kind of a blighted section of Cooper Road right there. And I would urge the council to take with a grain of salt the gratuitous assertions and non-scientific evidence that's been presented by some residents. I appreciate the fact that they might be scared, but I can assure them that their fears are not based on rational fact. They're just based on fear-mongering. There's not one bit of science behind anything that's been said so far tonight. If there was, great, but if there is later, great, but there hasn't been so far. So I've been a customer of theirs for a long, long time. I think it'd be a great thing for Gilbert for jobs, a great thing for Gilbert for the tax base. And again, it's a clean business. If you look at their Glendale yard or their Phoenix yard or any of the other locations, they're great looking businesses. And AZDEQ is the one responsible for the environmental regulations. If they had a problem with it, they'd be here talking to you. They'd be they'd be citing them in their other locations, which they are not, as Mr. Pearson pointed out. So I urge the council to approve this measure and reject non-science, fear-mongering, and gratuitous assertions. Thank you very much.
Harvey, you're up, and then we'll have Becca, it's either Denham or Dunham, on deck.
Thank you. Mayor Daniels, council members, my name is Harvey Schroeder. I'm here to speak against the use of this land for the junkyard. 2 years ago, my family and I, at considerable expense and time, moved from another location to Gilbert near the proposed junkyard. We were looking for a location that was low in crime, clean, and family friendly, and we found that. But now we're very concerned that the proposed business would change that totally. We would have a lack of safety, we would have pests, feral dogs or cats perhaps running around because they like junkyards. The children would have, who knows, running around from the junkyard area, large trucks driving by, putting them at risk. We're also worried about things catching fire there, pests such as rats, rabbits, skunks, coyotes, worried about that. Traffic issues. We need an emergency evacuation plan put in place, and the type of vehicles should be limited so that you don't have massive trucks going by in this suburban area. We also do not want overnight parking by tow trucks, big rigs, or other vehicles. So I ask you to please consider denying this. Thank you.
Becca, you're up, and then we'll have Jan K. Wood on deck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to express my feelings and thoughts. I'm very much in favor for allowing Arizona Auto to participate their business in the city. No, I do not live here. However, I am very well known to the family. I have observed their business and been doing business with them for well over 20 years. And I have been a dear friend, as they have been to me. What I would like to share with you is the compassion that they have in their hearts for others and in our communities and our involvement as far as risks to the environment. I know for a fact that this company is a sound company with great integrity, honesty, and they run a very clean operation. I have been to their other location, and one of the first things that just stopped me in my tracks was how clean it was and how organized. These folks have been very good to me over the years. They have provided me with a vehicle. I was a single mother with severe health issues and unable to obtain a vehicle. They have provided me with a vehicle and all the repairs for over 10 years. And this would not be possible if we did not have the salvage business. Not all citizens have the ability to purchase off the market. I think that they would be a great asset to this community, and I believe that they will render great service to the customers. I ask that you would please give consideration to voting yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Jan, you've got 2 minutes, and then we'll have Brent Saderia. I don't know if I got that right, but he probably knows who I'm saying.
Well, good evening, Mayor Daniels and council members. I've been a Gilbert resident for, well, probably 12 years. I live in the area close to where the proposed salvage yard is going to be. I'm very concerned about that. I think it's going to affect the quality of life for our community around there, our neighbors, and I think that that's something that should be brought up, that if you could, each and every one of you could consider, if it were you were in our position, would you want a salvage yard near your neighborhoods, around your families, and being exposed to whatever toxic elements? I know they say that that may not be the case, but I'm not convinced about that. I just feel like there's other places that could be placed and not in close to neighborhood areas. So I appreciate your time and allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Brent, you've got 2 minutes, and feel free to correct the pronunciation on that last name. And then we'll have Patricia, oh my, is that an F or a T? Tupia?
It's Brent Saperja, and I am a resident of Gilbert, and I'm here to speak in favor of Arizona Auto Parts going in there. I've actually taken the time to drive to their latest facility out in Glendale, and if anybody else was to take a trip out there and have a look at it, I think people calling it a junkyard or a scrap yard is a slap in the face to this family. This place is an auto recycling facility, and the good they do out there, and the facility, the standards, and aesthetically, it'll be an asset to that location. Secondly, this place is zoned for industrial, and I think we got to be careful about thinking about not taking this business in there, because if we don't, the next company that comes along, I don't believe will be anywhere near the integrity that this family and this company will have for this city. Just a couple of quick notes here with regards to the recycling business. Every year, the amount of recycled hazardous fluids that auto recyclers recover is equal to 8 Exxon Valdez disasters. Like, when you just think about that, that's coming and being recycled again, like that's equivalent to any landfills, whole community landfills. Like the whole area of Phoenix doesn't have that kind of recovery in their recycling. They also save 85 million barrels of oil from getting used in the making of new and replacement auto parts on an annual basis. Like, to me, this is a recycling business. It's not a scrap yard. It's not an auto salvage yard. It's a metal recycling business, and all end-of-life cycle cars go through this. I've been in this business for a long time, and I can tell you, this company is the premier facility in this state by far. The family that runs it, integrity, morals, their safety standards are unequaled in this business. And I'd just like you guys to go ahead and vote this in tonight. Thank you.
Patricia, you'll have 2 minutes, and also feel free to tell us your last name. I know I got that wrong. And then we'll have Judson Bowers on deck.
Hello, my name is Patricia Zupik. I'm a Gilbert resident. I live in the Silverhawk community. I'm speaking on behalf of all mothers.
Patricia, can I just ask you to lean into that mic? Sorry. It's made for short people like me, not tall. Okay.
Is that better? I'm Patricia Zupik. I live in the Silverhawk community. I'm a Gilbert resident. I'm speaking on behalf of all mothers. Our neighborhoods are concerned with the health of our families should any enterprise be allowed to move into the former Chef property that uses, stores, produces, and sells hazardous materials in the form of cleansers, solvents, fuels, oils, and other petroleum products be they solids, liquids, or gases that could be considered poisonous in any state. The atmosphere around junkyards have been known to be invaded by heavy metal contamination from lead, phosphorus, manganese, cadmium, aluminum, PCBs, CFCs, copper, asbestos, and mercury. There is mercury in most relay switches and asbestos in brake pads and the lining of old cars. We're concerned that should a fire happen, the deadly smoke from these burning materials will contaminate the air, the water, and grounds not only on the exact property, but in the surrounding areas in the community. These toxins pose a great risk to us all. Mercury has been known to cause kidney disease. Lead from batteries has been known to damage nervous and reproductive systems. Asbestos, PCBs are carcinogenic. I could go on and on. Bladder cancer, leukemia, all that. There's also many families that already have members with health issues such as asthma, bronchitis, allergies that are confined in their activity levels. Wheelchairs, immobility due to illness and other physical issues would make it impossible for a speedy departure in case of a fire. Gilbert, the other local businesses in ADEC have worked diligently to clean up the contaminated property. There is concern that ADEC may not have the funding to continue monitoring the 9 wells for contamination. If this cost will now befall the community, then it's only fair that a good portion of the responsibility for future testing and monitoring be the good faith responsibility of the new owners to ensure no further contamination of the ground, the air, and the water occurs. This needs to be part of the conditional permit. We love Gilbert. We'd like it to stay that way. Beautiful the way it is.
Judson, you'll have 2 minutes, and we have Nancy Lasky on deck.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Judd Bowers. I own J. Bowers and Associates, an environmental company, and I've been in the environmental and risk management business for 27 years. I happen to have done the environmental on several other properties that this company owns, and I found no environmental conditions which are in violation, and I am aware of none currently. And evidently the banks agree with me because their risk management departments have all read our reports and given them all the loans they've wanted for all their financial moving. I've heard a lot of talk tonight about fear and a lot of talk about people getting hurt and dying, and I'm going to try and talk about facts. I prepared a little bit for this presentation by interviewing the ADEQ remedial project manager who is in charge of this wharf site. I also have no health or safety violations on any of their operations, as has been stated here tonight, and it's a bit of a stretch. The preparation I did was interviewing Kyle Johnson, who is the remedial manager for this project, and he tells me that they have done pump and treat for 8 years for 2 years on this project, and they have no longer doing pump and treat because there's not enough contamination to pull up from groundwater, which is 130 feet below the surface. They also told me that they are doing air vapor extraction, and they've done that for 8 years, and now they are only doing it every other month because there's not enough pollution underneath there to bring it up and make it work. The repurposing of the property is with a new company that's going to use it and stay within the compliant guidelines, and this company has a good record in the past, and I'm anticipating a good record in the future. As for all the fear, there are no violations. It's 130 feet away. The contaminants of choice are TCE and PCE in the groundwater from the previous use, and these guys work with petroleum products. They're not sinkers, and they're not going to go 130 feet into the ground from a little release of de minimis condition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak facts.
Nancy, you'll have 2 minutes, and then we have Sandy Blaylock on deck.
Okay, I've never done this before. My name is Nancy Lasky. I live exactly 3 houses off of Cooper, directly across from Chef Steel. I have lived there 16 years. when Chef Steel started to let their property decline, I called the city of Gilbert and I was told they're grandfathered in. Well, these businesses are not, that we're looking to put in, are not grandfathered in. We have a choice as to what we're going to do now with that land. And Chef Steel never had public traffic coming. It was just their employees and that was it. Now we've got this waste management thing that's going to bring a bunch of traffic. You're talking about a public retail thing that's going to bring a bunch of traffic. And I'm just worried about the value of my property. I have worked hard my whole life to be able to put a down payment on a house and to own a house that I've gained equity in. And I want to keep it that way so that when I'm in a position to sell, I can sell. And my concerns are the noise that it might generate. Again, I'm 3 houses away across from Cooper. And the security issues. The gentleman in all of the talk, this is in an open canopy. What's at nighttime? Is there people that could be crawling around looking to steal? I don't know, is that an issue? You tell me, and you tell me how you address it. I haven't heard it addressed yet. I just really feel that it does not look well to have a auto recycling and a waste management and everything else right across the street and among all these subdivisions. It's just going to deplete our property values. And I know that yours, as the protector of the people of Gilbert, would like to see us keep our property values.
Sandy, you'll have 2 minutes, and then we have Patty Mills on deck.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this project for the Pearson family. I've known the Pearson family for over 25 years. I am a former auto recycler from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and had many business working relationships with the Pearson family over the years. I'm also the past president of the Automotive Recyclers Association, which is our national trade association. I've been actively engaged on many, many issues regarding the auto recycling issue in Arizona and surrounding states and other states around the country. I can tell you that the Pearson family exhibits exemplary standards in their operations. I think the testament to that is nearly 100 years in business. We're involved in an industry that processes over 12 million vehicles in the U.S. alone, and we do that with a responsible manner that we have very often developed ourselves within the industry. We're very heavily regulated by the EPA, the Department of Justice, the Environmental Protection Agency in the stormwater, as well as air quality, and many other state initiatives as well. I would implore that you look at this from the benefits of a business standpoint. A lot of the facts that were presented tonight were indeed not true. If Arizona Department of Environmental Quality was concerned, they would definitely be all over that. I work with the organization in Utah where this same company has a facility, and worked with the environmental agency there developing protocols that they allowed us to help them develop because they did not understand everything that was involved. So please vote in favor of this. It is a well worth addition to your community. Thank you.
Patty, you'll have 2 minutes, and then we'll have Peter Rudy on deck.
My name is Patty Daly Mills, and I live in Silver Hawk. And I kind of am here, not because I want to be, but because I've just kind of spearheaded this. This is not about how things look. This isn't pretty. We don't care if it's pretty or not. This is about the safety, the health, the welfare, and the business that's going to come into a neighborhood with 6,000 homes now and interfere with what we have learned to be enjoyed neighborhood, neighbors, family, and friends. None of us disagree that recycling is really, really important. And all of us know that trash and recycling products need to go someplace, but they don't need to go in my backyard. We're considered a modern community here in Gilbert. We include science, technology, engineering, We're home to advanced manufacturing, aerospace, defense, biotechnology, clean technology, and renewable energy. We have some of the best schools, parks, an assortment of religions, along with great shopping and a huge variety of eateries. The downtown district that you've all worked so hard to bring up to a fabulous place is less than a half a mile away from a junkyard. And you can call it what you want, but just like Jerry said, you can put lipstick on the pig, it's still a pig. The mission statement of this town, and I read verbatim from the internet, is the town is a service organization committed to enhancing quality of life and serving with integrity, trust, and respect. Integrity by being ethical, professional, and trustworthy. Earning respect by being fair, courteous, and respecting to citizens. Accountability by being responsible for the town's action and having transparency. Well, how dare the citizens be offered up this mission statement, and now you treat us in the neighborhood like we're the red-headed stepchild. We don't want to be out of sight and out of mind, which we have been because we were so well established. All of a sudden, up jumps the devil in the form of a 60-year-old general industrial zoning area, and you want to put a junkyard in there just because you can.
Patty, I'm so sorry. We'll have to have you wrap up.
You know what? I was told I could have my 3 minutes, and I want my 3 minutes.
Forgive me, we have set some parameters within the meeting in order to keep order, so we just need to keep everyone at the 2 minutes.
But those are parameters that you have decided at last minute to adjust. Those aren't parameters that control me to come in and speak my 3 minutes. I have one last paragraph to tell you.
Patty, I think I'll ask you at this time. We have received your emails.
Come in. You have to consider that you've had growth and a future, and now that future.
Patty, thank you. Patty, thank you for your contribution. Please follow the order and rules that we have within the council chambers. Thank you.
I think I heard from the audience it's Patteroonie, probably. Patteroonie. Well, Pat, you can fix my pronunciation if I got it wrong even after 3 tries. That is totally fine. You'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Your pronunciation was fine. I've been a resident of Gilbert since 1984. I've been in the same home since that date. There was 7,600 people here, and we've really grown. However, our policies seem to be the same, and they don't always support the health and safety of the community. I'm really asking that this be denied in terms of the movement of this particular business. I have nothing against recycling. I'm all for it, but there really are places for this to be handled. There's a current Superfund cleanup site at this particular location where a flow pattern has created pluming due to the riparian recharge at levels very high at one time that had to be adjusted down because the contamination pluming had actually gone to the northwest into the residential communities. This is an existing situation, and just to make this clear, it isn't the decrease in the amount of contaminants that has caused a change in the repair of the problem. It is a lack of funding and a lack of manpower at ADEQ that has caused the change in their remedial action. I have a nephew that's into environmental impact studies throughout the country, and he said one day it's not going to be oil we're going to be worried about. It's going to be able to just get plain safe drinking water. We've already noted that there have been problems with other sites of this type. Monitoring of these areas is not going to be part of what you're proposing, from what I can see. You didn't even bother to address the existing contamination issues when you were addressing your planning and zoning for this site. So it's almost like we just put this away and hide it away and don't even discuss it, so it doesn't come up as an issue. If this site is continued to be used as a positive thing, or that you're going to vote in a positive way, it will affect the future voting at the next election, I can assure you.
I don't think I stated who was on deck. Cheryl Holbrook, you're up, and then we'll have Mike Evans on deck.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cheryl Holbrook. I am a resident of Gilbert. I live in Power Ranch. So some would think that I don't have anything to say about that particular area because, you know, I'm like 7, 10 miles away. My granddaughter goes to school less than a mile away. 3 of my other grandchildren also go to school here in Gilbert. One of the reasons that we settled here was because it's a family-friendly environment. Because everything this town has done for the last 25 years, up to and including increasing my property taxes out the wazoo, has been to improve this neighborhood and this community and where we bring up our children and our grandchildren and hopefully my great-grandchildren. I'm not calling into question the merits of the business or the people. I don't know them. I'm not going to be afraid of whether or not eventually somebody might contaminate the water, because lots of things could do that. It did make my heart skip a beat when he said he has a bigger environmental impact than 8 Valdez spills. Yeah, think about that, catching on fire in Gilbert. And it's not like we haven't had a few, you know, cases of fire here that have been really hard to put out. So that's not completely out of the question. I heard one of my friends recently said, well, tell them to go ahead and have the salvage yard, but move it down into Power Ranch, because a lot of the members of our board live close to me. How many of you want it in your backyard? I don't, and I know my neighbors don't. I don't want it around my grandchildren's school, and my vote is no. I hope you take that into consideration. Have a great night.
Mike, you'll have 2 minutes, and then we'll have Lars. Oh, did he already speak? Severson? Yeah. He did. Okay. Sorry about that. Didn't realize he also.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Mike Evans. I live about a half a mile from the site. 20 years ago this month, I took my seat up there. My, has time flown. For the last 11 years, I've been the volunteer co-chair of the Community Advisory Board for the Cooper and Commerce Wharf site, Water Quality Assurance Revolving Fund site. That is Arizona's equivalent of a Superfund. There is a water contamination site underneath of this facility, and we've been struggling for 11 years to try to get ADEQ to properly pay for it and get it cleaned up. I was really surprised when I read the 110 pages that go along with this agenda item to see that there was no mention at all in the P&Z notes or in planning papers that were provided or in the P&Z meeting that there is this site to be worried about. Nor did I see on the site plan anything addressing the fact that there's monitoring wells at the front of this site that have to be cared for and taken care of. And that when you're planning things like driveways in there, we need to make sure that those monitoring wells are there and that we can keep an eye on what is going on with this facility. In addition to that, there's dry wells, 3 different basins that are going to have dry wells in there. And I understand they're planning to drain the fluids. But anybody that's ever worked on a car, especially an old car, knows there's gunk that builds up around the rear end, the transmission, the engine. And those petroleum distillates and the heavy metals are going to be rinsed by our rains and baked and blown by our sun and our wind. And we're going to need to monitor for this. I don't trust ADEQ to do the job. They've let us down in the past. Department of Water Resources has let us down in the past. Please make sure that if you decide to approve this, that you put stipulations in the use permit that address these concerns. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that actually concludes the request to speak on that item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. think at this time we'll invite the applicant forward to speak.
It worked in practice.
It will. Technology, you're up.
There we go. First, let me say before I get started, my name is Sean Lake, 1744 South Val Vista, here on behalf of the property owner and the applicant. And ADEQ is currently doing quarterly testing of that contamination that was caused not by this property. It was another property. And so the effort to kind of taint us with the contamination that exists in the plume underneath to us has no basis, and so I wanted to clarify that. Let me get started first by talking about this site. As many of you know, this property has been zoned general industrial or heavy industrial longer than just about any property in the town of Gilbert. Since the 1960s, Chef Steel has been operating out here when there was nothing out here but farms and industrial development. Heavy industrial, which the property is currently zoned, and remind you, we are not asking for a rezoning of this property because it's already zoned and has been zoned for 50 years, allows these uses. And these uses could go in tomorrow. We could walk in tomorrow, flip on the lights because the buildings have certificate of occupancies, and start any one of these manner of uses without any permission because C of Os have already been granted and the uses have already been established for well over a half century. So the use of industrial has been well established for over a half century. There's been a lot of talk about this site being surrounded in the middle of a residential area, but let me clarify with this map. This is the location of the property, and the purple represents industrial zoning surrounded. So we're kind of in a donut surrounded by industrial properties and industrial businesses that currently exist, such as S&H Steel, other steel fabricators, solar facilities, other steel facilities, automotive repair, drywall, truss plants, other steel factories. We are in the middle of an industrial complex, over 160 acres of approximately 30-plus businesses on multiple different properties of industrial development in this area. So we're right in the middle of it. So the use that we're proposing is consistent with the uses that exist on the north, the south, and the east, and the railroad, quite frankly, to the east. This is what the site looks like today, and would remain this way if we weren't in here asking for the council use permit for this use. If we did any one of those other uses that were listed as allowed uses, they don't need to come in and do any redevelopment or clean up or do landscaping or, quite frankly, even paint the building. But the Pearsons are coming in and wanting to clean this area up and do something nice with this facility that will be both attractive and attractive from the street. And that's our proposal that we're presenting before you today. This is a rendering of what we would propose, and yes, we will work with the town on those monitoring wells. I think they're all within the right-of-way because I think there's only one monitoring well that was on our site, and that's since been capped. But the others are out on the right-of-way, and we'll certainly work with the town on those monitoring wells. This is the proposal that we're looking at. What we're proposing is not a junkyard in the sense of what people are referring or have envisioned in their minds. This is an auto recycling facility. We don't stack cars. Cars don't come here for their end of life to be left there to rust and deteriorate. We take these cars and put them to good use and recycle and turn them over. We're not stacking like you see in the left picture, cars upon cars upon cars. We have a condition in an approval on our application that doesn't allow us to stack cars, and we agreed to that. A lot of the issue has to do with depollution and what are we doing to protect what happens here. And let me clarify some misunderstanding about what happens, because I think there may be an image of what happens. Say, for example, I get in an accident at Baseline and Cooper Road. Cars naturally, when you get into an accident, fluids leak out of the car, and that happens. We're all familiar with that. They clean it up at the street. They don't tow these cars to our facility. They're taken to an impound lot somewhere else, either in the town or some other city, and they sit at that impound lot until the insurance company decides what they want to do. Once the insurance company decides what they want to do, be it a month or two, if they decide, oh, we're totaling the car, then they send it off to an auction yard, and it goes off to an auction facility where it sits in their yard for several weeks. And then my client then goes to these auction facilities and will buy 2, 3, 5, 10 cars and have those brought to the site. So after these cars have been sitting in other yards for many months, they are then brought to this location, and upon arrival, they sit in a staging area, because you can't just go through and clean 10 cars immediately, but you have a staging area that is located in a concrete area, and I'll talk about that in a second. But all the fluids are removed and the hazardous materials are removed before it is moved out into the yard. Now let's talk a little bit about how this happens and how this operates. Let me get, sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty. So when a car comes here, we've got a concrete staging area in this location just outside the canopy, and that is all on concrete. And that area is sloped to a valley gutter. So as a car is sitting there, and I believe former Councilmember Evans spoke, there's gunk on a car. If rain comes during that time and any bit is washed off, that area then falls onto the concrete and goes into a valley gutter, a concrete valley gutter. It is then channeled down into an oil, grease, and water separator before it goes anywhere on the site. This is all governed by ADEQ and a stormwater protection permit that we have to keep active on this site. So it's not like we're just putting cars out on the ground and all of this is going to go out into the soil. After the staging area, we'll bring it inside and underneath the canopy to remove all the fluids and the hazardous products associated with the car. Once all that is removed, then it goes out next to the railroad out into the staging area where people can then go out and say they wanted to buy a tail light or a headlight or an alternator. They can go out and buy that. Again, not stacked cars. There's been a lot of talk about, oh, there's no regulation of these guys. They have no oversight, so the town needs to oversight. Well, there is quite a bit of regulation. ADEQ does regulate the environmental quality of this. We do have to keep an active stormwater protection permit, or SWIP, on this site. ADOT does regulate and govern all of these cars. We have to, by law, keep track of all the VIN numbers and report all the VIN numbers of all the cars that come through this facility so that we can ensure that they're not trafficking in stolen vehicles. We also pay for a third-party inspector to come in and evaluate our environmental compliance with the site. This third party will come in and say, do this, do that, and we're leading the industry in making sure that we have an environmentally conscious site. As an example, we have a 65-year-old site in Phoenix. 65 years we've been operating out of that facility, and we don't have an ADEQ violation. We don't have a contamination problem after operating on that site for 65 years. I think that's good evidence to tell you what type of operation and the policies that they've put in place to protect. Ultimately, our goal is to recycle upwards of 95% of this vehicle as it goes off to different oil recycles, metal, tires, and so forth, so that we can not have to fill our landfills or other areas with this stuff that can be recycled. And additionally, the cars that come onto this facility just don't sit in the yard. They turn over about every 90 days. And so it's not like a junkyard where cars will go out there and just die and rust away. Every 90 days, these cars are being recycled, and that which doesn't sell gets shipped off to a car shredder where they will shred the metal and use it to build rebar or other useful products that we use in construction and development today. Here's an example of an ADEQ report that we have on another facility. That we said, oh, you guys don't do anything. I thought I'd bring a copy of the page of an ADEQ report, and you can see that there's, my eyes are bad, no further action or result from this inspection. And so ADEQ does come out and inspect our site, as well as our license that we have and deal with ADOT, as far as so that we can keep down the criminal element there are bad actors. These guys are not. There was also talk about security and how we handle nefarious activity, if you will. We will be installing and have a 10-foot either wall or fence around the perimeter of this site. So as you go along the front of this site and as you're driving down Cooper Road at 45 miles an hour, we will have a 10-foot wall or fence all along the front. So you'll never even be able to see anything that happens back in this area. We'll also be installing a 10-foot fence along here and along the railroad. And then there's a 10-foot fence along the south side and then along that area as well. 10-foot fence is pretty difficult to just hop over and try to steal something or try to get something out of it. And so we think that's a good security measure to try to keep out that unsavory activity. The conditional use permit, again, like I said, this property is zoned. It's listed as one of the allowed uses in this district. We have to prove up the 4 findings of the conditional use permit. So let's go over those real quick. The first is that the use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of persons living within the area. And I would present to you, staff has evaluated this, Planning Commission has evaluated this, ADEQ has looked over the 7 other sites that they have operated, and there is no evidence that's been presented that this is a bad actor or they have ever done anything wrong or they have a violation or they've contaminated sites or they've run something that's inconsistent with the use. There's no evidence of any groundwater contamination on the other 7 sites that they have or other hazardous substances. Staff has looked at this. We've got a 60-year track record, and the Planning Commission unanimously agreed that we met this test, this first part of the test. The second part of the test is it conforms with the town's general plan. And again, you can see it's consistent because this property has been zoned general industrial for years. It is the heart of the heaviest industrial zoning in the town of Gilbert. Also, staff reviewed this and looked at this and said that we do comply with the town's general plan, as well as the Planning Commission unanimously agreed that this site does, or this application does comply with this second part test. The third part is that it conforms with the town's general land development code. Again, we have processed our site plan and other drawings and studies and submitted those to the cities. The town has evaluated those concurrently with this application and recommended approval. And we have provided evidence to you that we do comply with our other businesses with various different state and federal regulations. And we'll continue to do so on this site, as well as staff recommended approval and Planning Commission unanimously said we complied with this finding in the CUP. The last finding is that it will not, as conditioned, unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of the nearby properties. Keep in mind, this property is in the heart of the industrial area. We've got Cooper Road on one side and heavy industrial users on all of our other sides. Our access to and from this property will be off of a major arterial into the town that handles, and with or without this business, is going to handle and convey large trucks currently here today. The businesses on our north, on our east, and our south are all heavy industrial uses. We will be installing a 10-foot screen wall for those that don't want to look at cars being stored in the back lot. And again, staff has reviewed this and has said that this does comply, as well as the Planning Commission has unanimously said that this does comply with that 4th finding. The one condition that we're asking for a revision to is the added 10th condition that was added after the Planning Commission, dealing with where we stage and take care of or depollute vehicles that come to the site. We are all in agreement with making sure that cars that are coming to the site and are being depolluted, that occur underneath the canopy on a concrete surface. We agree with that. However, we need to have some room just outside of this canopy, and we have provided, or I showed you, that concrete area just outside the canopy that has that, if you remember, I talked about the valley gutter that leads to the grease water separator. That's where we want to stage cars that come to the site while we wait for that mechanic to get to it and depollute it on a concrete surface, but it's not necessarily underneath the canopy. So that's the only revision to the conditions that we would request. Depollution would obviously occur underneath the canopy and on a concrete surface, but as cars are waiting to go into the depollution area, that would be on a concrete surface. Keep in mind, those cars have already been sitting at other lots for many months. So any fluids that might be leaking from it as a result of the crash would have already leaked out of it at these other yards or lots as opposed to this site. So that's the condition. We think we've met the test. We have met the 4-part standard. We think this is a good reuse of the property. It's going to be a very attractive improvement to the area. In fact, Planning Commission was anxious to see this and the development to the south go forward because it will spur aesthetic changes along Cooper Road to, right now, quite honestly, it looks like a deteriorated, blighted area. It does not look attractive. And this and the development to the south will change a substantial amount of frontage along Cooper Road. So with that, we would request that you move support of this project with the revised condition number 10, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We will, at this point, look to council for clarifying questions before we reach statement.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and kick off if you'd like.
Thank you.
Mr. Lake, you talked about the reporting and the inspections. Can you explain how often the reporting needs to be done, how often inspections are done, and, well, anything that might go along with that? Those two questions.
Okay, so we have to keep and maintain a stormwater protection permit active at all times. And basically what that covers is all the rain that falls onto the site that could collect as it's moving around the site or along that concrete, that it doesn't have the ability to get into and damage the aquifer. So that is a stormwater protection permit, or that it doesn't leave the site and go damage another site. So we keep that active at all times. That's an ongoing effort with ADEQ. We also file reports with ADEQ. We brought the book with us here of all the reports that we file and keep with ADEQ as far as environmental quality and contamination. The big thick book back there, that's all of our reports that we submit and comply with. And I believe that's an annual report. We submit to ADOT, all of the ADOT and another, there's a federal database, if you will, of all the VIN numbers of vehicles that come through this site. And we are required to submit those VIN numbers to that database to check to make sure that they're not stolen vehicles. And so that's an ongoing thing as we have cars coming through the site that we have to submit that to both ADOT and a federal database. What am I missing?
How often are the inspections done?
That's up to ADOT. They may come every year, every other year. That's up to them. They'll call us and say, we're coming out, and they come and inspect the property.
Sean, I don't want to see that there's a duplication of effort, but my experience with ADEQ in the past has been less than stellar in getting reports submitted on a timely basis, at least for us to look at. I'm referring to when I was on staff. Would you be willing to entertain a stipulation that the reports that you just held up in the back of the room would be submitted on a regular basis to the town, and that there was mention also of specific protocols that were followed on site to address, I think, environmental concerns, if you would be willing to submit those on an annual basis also?
I can talk to my client and see when they submit the ADEQ report for a period of time that we submit to the planning department, which I don't know that the town has a regulatory agency to review ADEQ environmental reports. So I'm not sure who we would submit it to. Just to the town manager?
That could work. We have an environmental division that certainly could review something like that.
We are certainly willing to work with the town on reporting our status updates on ongoing environmental issues. Yeah, I don't think we have.
I'll interrupt for just a second. I believe the town also files similar reports to ADEQ because of some of the maintenance and vehicle inspections that we do already within the organization. So I would imagine whoever creates those would know and understand how to read those. Of course, the council probably wouldn't, but certainly I think we have people on staff that could review those to try to understand. Patrick?
Mayor, members of the council, we could certainly accept the report and check the box, so to speak, that it has been received. If there is information contained on that report, I do not believe we would have people on staff that would be qualified to make an opinion as to the potential severity or impact of something. We'd probably have to have an independent third party do a review for us.
Or if I might suggest, the thought process would be that we submit a letter of concern to ADEQ at that point and work our own channels to be able to resolve it, because we certainly don't have authority in this area to regulate or enforce.
We could certainly do that.
It could be as simple as a box gets checked that says there's a problem, and we submit a letter and say, hey, there's a problem here.
We're willing to work with staff on that.
Vice Mayor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, do we have anyone from fire here?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Peterson, Chief Jobish was here. He left. I can get someone from fire here rather quickly if you'd like to stand by.
We have a 4-minute response or 3.5-minute
I was hoping to get an opinion as to whether or not this site as proposed would pose a significant risk to neighboring properties, particularly the residential properties, and also just want to confirm that our goal, and it's not exactly fixed because random inspections are also important, is we have an annual fire review of each business, and this would also be included in that. So that's one. Is that correct, first of all? And then secondly, can we try and get an answer to the other question?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Peterson, that is correct. We would do an annual inspection by fire for fire safety codes with the building itself. If you'll give me just a couple minutes, I can get someone from fire here to respond to your specific questions relative to surrounding homes.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council Mayor, if I could also address that, we do work with the City of Phoenix Fire Department. Quite honestly, they like to come out to our site to train in Phoenix, to train on cars using the jaws of life, to how to get into a car, how to, to practice and train. And so we do that in the City of Phoenix and in the City of Glendale. So we anticipate having that same good relationship with the Town of Gilbert Fire Department ongoing on an ongoing basis. And they're out 3-4 times a year doing that. So,
Mayor, thank you. I actually would like to have Eric come up. But as Eric is coming up, I do want to let the public know that I live directly west of this location. I live in the El Dorado Golf Course community. And as you know, my community that I live in is surrounded probably 3/4, maybe even more, by industrial, commercial, you name it. I mean, we have a junkyard to the north of our neighborhood that has vehicles that are stacked. Directly to the northwest, we have the Farnsworth plumbing facility, and as you may remember, a couple years ago, that actually was the first 5-alarm fire that we had in my neighborhood. We have, so I know all about living in a neighborhood that is surrounded by, industrial, commercial, all around my neighborhood. And, we've lived in my house for 20 years and have enjoyed, in fact, I always say it's the best neighborhood in Gilbert. I have great neighbors. We've had a great relationship with a lot of the businesses. We were sad to see the Walgreens, close, but other than that, we have, I've lived there. I know what it means to live in a neighborhood that's surrounded by what you may not consider, or we may not consider, things that we like. But as it relates to property values in our neighborhood, I haven't seen my home suffer from living there for 20 years, even from the fire and so forth. But again, just let everyone know that I live in a neighborhood probably would be considered even worse than where you're at today. So we live that. One of the things that was really important for me as it relates to this particular potential operator was all about the water. And as the council knows, my involvement with water, and understanding what the contamination of this particular area has been. And so I spent a lot of time with staff, with Eric, really talking about and understanding what would be the risk and impact of that. And I would love for Eric to just spend a little bit of time talking about, where we've been at with the wharf and the cleanup, and also go and talk about the 9 wells and the 9 monitoring devices that have been in place and currently will be in place if this particular operator were to go into place.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Eric Brown, the Water Resource Manager for Gilbert. As Councilmember Cook alluded to, we do have a water quality assurance revolving fund site. It's commonly referred to as WARF. This is an old groundwater contamination site from an industrial use in the 70s and 80s. That is in the box. Let's see if this is going to work. It's not going to work. It's in the black box just to the south of the former Chef Steel site. Thank you. Right there. The contaminants of concern there was PCE and TCE, which were industrial solvents. There were petroleum distillates. Those were essentially dumped down a dry well as part of their business practice for over a decade. And so this was significant pollution occurring at the site. It is an active cleanup site to this day, and we have got significant fleet of monitoring wells in this location, monitoring the contaminants, the movement of those contaminants in the groundwater site. And those are represented by all the blue dots that you see all the way even into the neighborhood to the north and the west of the site. The groundwater flow does flow to the northwest in this area. Most of those monitoring wells are owned by ADEQ. However, Gilbert also has the riparian recharge site just to the south here. And as part of our recharge site, we have to do groundwater monitoring as well. And so Gilbert does own a groundwater monitoring well directly in front of the facility that we're discussing today. All of these monitoring wells have shifted to a semi-annual monitoring and reporting status. They were in the past quarterly. The good news with the wharf site is that there are no more contaminants being introduced into the groundwater at this point. So all of the efforts that we have undertaken through ADEQ to pump and treat, as was alluded to before, that has stopped the flow of more contaminants into the groundwater site now. What we do have are existing contaminants, and the plan, proposed plan for remediation is to monitor and to continue remediation activities on the site in this box down here to make sure that any residuals are pulled out of the ground. But at this point, we're going to let Mother Nature take over, probably. It's still going to be a 20-year process to get that site cleaned up. During that time, all of ADEQ's monitoring wells will remain in place, and we expect them to still be at a semi-annual monitoring regimen. All of that is to say, if there is a place in Gilbert where we are watching groundwater, it is right here. For anyone who is developing in this area and has a possibility of illicit discharge, this would be the place in Gilbert where we would catch it because we have so many eyes on it. There were some questions about Gilbert's ability to do anything as far as stormwater activity and oversight. And we do have a stormwater group, and one of their activities is to audit businesses. Their goal is 10% of all businesses within Gilbert annually, but they do increase that for industries of concern. An auto recycling facility would be one of those industries of concern, so they would do increased monitoring. And while we do not carry a stick we report to ADEQ, who does have the stick. So to sum up, we recognize that there are possibilities for discharges from this type of industry. We do regular monitoring, we do regular inspections on site, making sure that they're following their procedures that are governed by their stormwater pollution plan through ADEQ. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. And Mayor, let me just continue. Thank you, Eric. I really appreciate that. One of the reasons why I engaged Eric was I made a request to the applicant that I wanted to go visit what they would consider their premier facility that Gilbert would model, or at least the Gilbert site would model. And their choice was to take me to the Phoenix site off of Buckeye and 19th Avenue, which is a 65-year-old site. So I'm not sure that was the premier or not, but that's the one they decided to take me to. What I noticed was, working with cars for over 65 years. I mean, it's not clean. It's a messy operation. And what I noticed was that every area of them trying to protect the environment and evacuating the fluids, trying to remove any of the hazardous material metals. They've had 65 years of doing that there at that site, and I did spend some time looking at their what I call their environmental book. They had a really large book had safety plans, protection plans. I even have a copy of the ADEQ report that they last done and reviewed that report they passed based upon that current inspection. But the only thing that really got me concerned was this one area that they called the staging area. And the staging area was vehicles that actually come on site for the first time and are placed on their facility. And I did notice that it was sitting on soil. It wasn't sitting on concrete. And I did notice what I would call fluids, even though they may have been sitting at another location at another place for many months. There are stained areas, to me, of fluids that have dropped for whatever reason on this soil. And my concern was if when a rain comes, because it's not protected by any canopy, but if a rain did come, all of that would be washed somewhere and end up somewhere. And my fear was it would go into the storm drain, go into the water system, and I don't know what parts per million those contaminants would be, but they would be some level. So that was the reason why I asked staff if we can look at adding that 10th clause, where this temporary staging area would be under the canopy before it goes into what they would call the evacuation of the fluids. And that's the reason why I wanted to, and it had to be sitting on what I would consider impermeable surface, some surface where even if the fluid were to drop, it would stay on that type of surface. So that was the reason why I wanted to make a recommendation and add that clause in there, and I think it's really important that that's in there. I know the applicant had another option that they were proposing, but again, there's no canopy. If the rains were to come, it would still wash into, again, what they would call a catch basin. They would have some type of a scrubbing device in there. I did see the scrubbers at the other location. Again, I'm not very familiar with that technique or technology to be an expert on that. I mean, obviously the ADEQ feels that it passed, their inspection. But again, I'm not sure I agree with the proposal. I still want it to be under a canopy, and I'll stay with that. Again, it's hard for me. Trust me, we appreciate all your comments, and I'm still not sure how I'm going to vote tonight. I'm going to listen to the other questions by the other council. There is a concern, and again, to me, I want to protect that water supply, understanding that the contamination from a prior user and all the things that have happened in there. I'm nervous. I'm nervous to add the potential of any potential contaminants back into that area since we are about ready to call it clean there. I am nervous about it. Anyways, that's just some of my comments. I wanted Eric to share what's there. And again, if we were to approve of that, we do have a lot of eyes because those monitoring devices are there. And at any time something were to spike, we would be alerted by that.
Thank you. I think we moved to the comment portion, which is actually great. That was a good transition. Is there any other comments from council on this agenda item? Councilmember Taylor.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions, if that's okay. Eric, sorry, thank you. So it was said that it's about 135 feet down where the water would, is being monitored. So, one drop on dirt isn't going to go 135 feet down. So at what volume would need to be, dropped on what rate? I don't know if you know this, but I mean, what's the facts in terms of how much volume of oil, gas, any of the potential contaminants are we actually looking at? That would actually be of concern. What's sort of the threshold we need to be looking at?
Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, we're looking at significant volumes. For me to put a number on it would probably not be very accurate. What we do know is that with contaminant sites like our existing wharf site, it's considered a very small site, and we know that there was purposeful dumping going on for almost a decade in that site. So at the levels that we could conceivably have dripping off of cars, I would venture to compare it to a parking lot. And we have got stormwater plans for those types of areas as well.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, if I may continue with a couple of questions, but this would be for Mr. Lake. Thank you, Eric. Mr. Lake, I want to go back to the comment about the 10-foot. You said some of it will be block, some will be a fence. Could you speak to what kind of a fence? Is it a see-through fence? Is it scalable? There was concerns about crime. Could you address, the fence's capability to keep people out of this? And then as a second part of that, can you talk about the gates? And are they going to be open the whole day so people will see things that, may not be as aesthetically pleasing? But kind of talk a little bit about that perimeter a little bit more.
Absolutely, Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, let me address that. And I pulled up the fencing plan so that you can see. The front, and this is something since the Planning Commission where there was significant discussion about walls and how that's going to be. Isn't it going to be block wall or metal fencing? Since that time, we've met with staff and resolved all those issues out so that we've addressed it with staff. But basically what it is along the frontage, we'll be installing both columns and walls. It looks more like a building, a block wall as opposed to metal fencing. Then as you get over here, there's going to be a gate here that closes. It's not open all the time. And then that's all metal fencing that goes, I believe this is all wall till you get out to here. And then here's where we start the metal fencing along Hunter Contracting, which currently is a chain link fence right now. It's like a 6-foot chain link fence with some, I think there might be barbed wire on top of it. But we'll be installing a 10-foot metal fencing along that side, a 10-foot metal fencing along that side, and I believe there's an existing wall there at the wastewater treatment plant there, so we're not going to be doing parallel walls. But where there aren't, we'll also be installing a 10-foot fencing. And then Weinberger has an existing fence that we'll be utilizing, that they'll be installing as part of their permit.
Is it a solid material where you can't see through the fence?
Yes, it's a solid, what is it, 24, I don't even know the gauge metal it is. Okay. It's a solid metal fence that it's metal decking. It's like you have all over the town.
Right.
Where you have that exposed metal decking fencing.
And talk about the gates that face Cooper. During operating hours, will they be open or will they be
closed? And you'll come in the facility and then go in and through. But no, we don't have our gates that are open for so anybody, but can go in.
Okay,
No.
Mayor, if I may ask one other question. One of the concerns that came up as I listened quite a bit on this one was the timing of the launch date of if the business is approved, when would they start? And, you know, the intersection has some major construction right now, and can you talk a little bit about the timing of that? And is it going to collide with what we have there and cause just to, you know, make it worse? Because it's pretty difficult to navigate that intersection right now.
Mayor, council member, yes, as far as the time, let me address one more point. Keep in mind that we're about 380 feet back from Cooper Road, this distance here. So by the time you get to the front of the building, we're, what is that, a football field in a third or whatever? I mean, we're well back from the street, 380 feet back. As far as the, what's the question, timing for when we're opening, right, we're hoping to get open as soon as possible, but I think we matched our timing by the time we can get building permits and do construction. You guys will be completed with the street improvements by then. So I think your goal is to have your street improvements done by the end of this year, which I think is what the staff told me, and we would like to be open first or second quarter of next year.
Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lake.
I think we've completed questions here, and so we'll move to general comments. Oh, and we have one question. Vice Mayor Peterson.
Chief Joe Bush, sorry to make you come back. Although I think it's a good question. So, can you give us your professional opinion on whether or not this site creates a fire risk, if it goes forward as proposed, creates a fire risk to the neighboring properties, specifically the residential properties nearby?
Mayor Daniels, Vice Mayor Peterson, I'm understanding the site and the plans for what they are conducting there. I don't see a major risk. From our standpoint, there's always a risk of incidents when you're dealing with any kind of hazardous material or a fire in any structure. But based on its location and what they're going to be conducting there, I'm not concerned that there's any more danger there than there would be anywhere else or with any other use in that property.
With residential properties over 400 feet away, is there cases where that's a problem?
Well, there could be if there was a large enough event, but I'm not sure that we would have an event like that occur there. You know, there might be a need for evacuations, but I don't see that being an issue here because of the quantities and the type of work they're doing there. I don't see that being a problem. There are other uses in that area that are similar and may they kind of match that risk in that whole area. So I'm not concerned about that particular area.
Thanks, Chief. Oh, can you just confirm that our goal is to inspect each business annually, and this business will also be included in that?
That is correct. This business will be inspected at least annually.
Thanks, Chief. That's all I had for you. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to general comments from the council at this time, and if it's all right with everybody, we'll just move down the line. Councilmember Taylor.
Mayor, thank you. I appreciate being able to start because I'm the applicant in the packet, I guess. But let's get some background down on why we're here. And before I do that, I definitely want to thank everyone who's participated. I hope you know that the seriousness that we've taken, all the comments and feedback, and we usually don't spend this much time on an issue, but because this is serious and we value the comments of everybody, whether you're for or against this, it's worth the extra time. And, you know, in light of that spirit, when I got a couple of phone calls about what this was happening, you know, I wanted to make sure we know why we're here. Number one, there were 2 other people that were already filing appeals, okay? So whether I have filed it or not, it was going to be here, okay? Adelaide Steverson was one of them that was filing amendment paper, appeal paperwork, and then Patty that we heard from tonight. So that was already coming in. So just to get it moving quicker and facilitating this thing is why I submitted it. And that, of course, helped waive the fees and move things on and crystallize the discussion here a little bit. And as staff teed up at the very beginning, there were really 2 points of the appeal that I put in the packet that's public documents, and they were listed correctly there. Certainly, the health safety concerns was the first one, and incomplete information was the second one. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to give it a little bit of time because environmental concerns are serious concerns. And in this area where we have some significant monitoring and we've had a lot of discussion, I thought it merited some additional time because, as noted, there wasn't a lot of discussion at planning on these particular matters. So I thought that was that was one of the reasons to do this. The second one, as I mentioned, is incomplete information. So with the paucity of environmental information and discussion there was also some confusion, as we heard from some of the comments tonight, in terms of the sign placement and the neighbors being notified. There was also a number of signatures that were in opposition to this, and yet the Planning Commission was provided information in the packet that there was no opposition to this. So that's the background of why I felt there was sufficient evidence that there was not a decision made on complete body of information. So that's the background on that. And as you know, Mayor, we were on the campaign trail. I talked about how everyone needs to be treated fairly. And secondly, we need to protect rights of everyone in our town. And so I don't apologize for submitting the appeal on this because our residents need to be treated fairly. They need to be heard. They need to be listened to. Well, let me go on that. But businesses need to be heard too, right? Everyone needs to be treated fairly, whether they live in the town or they do business in the town. Everyone should be. We value our businesses. We need businesses, both business owners from within our town and outside of our town, to invest in our community. That's important for us, and they need to be treated fairly. If we have a climate where it's suffocating and it's hard to get through, they're not going to be here. And we're going to raise all your taxes because their sales taxes are not going to offset what we need to run the town and keep it nice and clean. And so we have to treat everybody fairly. And you know that was a big thing, and you probably got tired of me talking about it. But it's important that we treat everybody fairly, residents and businesses, and we protect property rights, residents and business owners. And so I believe we're meeting some of those goals tonight in a couple of areas. Number one, the residents are able to be heard with more complete information, but we also got more information from the business owners on this. And a number of the environmental concerns that we were able to further get more information on, I believe they've shown with hard evidence that they've met those requirements at multiple levels. I mean, this is one of the more highly regulated businesses that we have, and rightly so, but their track record of meeting those regulations is something that has been on record tonight, and I'm glad that it is. Now it's in a public meeting, so we can separate fact from fiction here, and we need to discriminate between possibilities and probabilities, right? There's possibilities, as the fire chief said, of really anything happening, but what are the realistic probabilities? And that's what we have to base good decisions on, good policy on, and there was some good evidence that drives the possibilities of the environmental risks and the aggravating or mitigating factors against those. And I believe we've been able to, through this process, vet those at multiple levels. A couple of other points, Mayor, on this. Number one, we've heard, well, that's the biggest one for me, is the environmental issues, and I believe the business has a structure in place to stay accountable. I believe they have a track record that has shown that they've met their agency requirements. Now, I'm not one that wants to set up a whole nother regulatory agency in this town to do this. I believe the existing infrastructure and our other levels of government are sufficient to do this, and we can properly work with them and partner with them. But I'm not looking to build another department and spend more money on that. If we had a whole different business base in the town? Perhaps, but we don't. We don't have that need right now. Also, as I've talked to real estate experts, the real estate values have adjusted. They're already adjusted for this. If anything, with the additional landscaping, the additional, it's going to look a lot better than what we have today. So what I've heard from experts that are they're not involved necessarily, is that it probably will actually benefit because they're cleaning up this area that has been quite an eyesore. Third, I have children for years and years that went to Neely, which is very close to this. And 2 are gone, but I have a first grader there. And listening to the environmental concerns and the aggravating or mitigating factors on these concerns, I'm not worried that there aren't the proper controls in place. Could something happen? No question about it. I know some of the other owners in this area. They're good, responsible owners. This particular owner's operating hours are much less than the prior owners, and talking to someone who's heard all the clanging and banging from before is happy that there's less operating hours here, so there's a little bit more enjoyment in the evening of this. So the other thing is the business has accepted the additional conditions, and that's one thing. And I listed 13 conditions that I gathered, and most of them they've actually adjusted or accepted or actually already had built into their plans. And these conditions came right from the residents that were having concerns. And so I think we've been able to protect the rights of the residents because we've been able to thoroughly vet what's going on here and see if we're meeting or dodging these requirements. But I also believe that the rights of the business owner should be recognized as well, because that's an important thing that we have to do. That's core to what we do here at the town of Gilbert and on the town council, is protecting rights. If we miss that, we miss just about everything. So I think, so I'm leaning towards supporting both 34 and 35 at this point. Love to hear what everybody else says, but I think that's the way that we've been able to balance the rights of everyone, and that's what I promised in my election. So Mayor, thank you for the generous amount of time here, but I wanted to share a couple of those points.
Thank you, and I do appreciate also everyone who's had the opportunity to participate in the process tonight. And I agree with Councilman Taylor, the process has worked. Let me just share with you very quickly what is possible on that site without a process like this. This is directly out of our zoning code, talking about the heavy industrial district, what could happen in that district with no process like the one we're going through tonight. And this is almost verbatim. It talks about heavy manufacturing and assembly may be conducted entirely outdoors and have moderate to significant off-site impact, including visual impacts. The uses may include radioactive material, highly toxic or explosive materials, and other substances of a noxious nature. Sample uses are steel fabrication, concrete block manufacturing, truss plants, impound lots, towing services, and freight, wholesale freight operations. Those are examples of uses and materials that could be in this zoning category without a conditional use permit. I believe in conditional use permits because it gives us the opportunity to monitor. As Councilman Taylor said, there are many conditions that you as the neighbors are interested in including, and I had one that I wanted to include also that I disagree a little bit about, the creating extra bureaucracy. We certainly don't want to do that, but I think asking simply that the reports, ADEQ reports, and also the protocols followed by the business be submitted so for at least review by the town is not something that would be that would require a large workload. But I think that the process has worked well. If we're looking at being dissatisfied with everything that could happen in that particular classification in our general plan, we should work together to change the general plan, because my fear is that if there any of these other uses or another conditional use permit is not supported for a similar type of use, that we may face the inability to use the property that Councilman Taylor was talking about, and property rights. And I certainly don't want to see that happen. I think what we have is a great opportunity to monitor and follow very closely what happens on this site and be accountable to you and let you know that it's done appropriately and it will be a benefit to the town.
Mayor, thank you. I did meet with one of the residents and spoke to another one on the telephone about this, and one of the first questions they asked me was if I had any experience with tow trucks. And oddly enough, my family owned a towing company, so I have quite a bit of experience with tow trucks. You just never know what you're going to find out about people. But my family owned a towing company, so I spent a lot of time in tow trucks, in junkyards, towing wrecked vehicles with flatbeds, the whole 9 yards, taking the calls for the business, everything. And so I was looking at this from a different perspective, I think. And then I met with the applicant and Mr. Pearson, and the history that his family has, it's very difficult to find a business nowadays that's been in business for that many years. I think it's especially a family-owned and run business that's been in business for that many years. I would find it hard myself to name businesses that have been in business for almost 100 years. They come with great recommendations, a great background. I'm trying not to repeat anything that the other council member said. I don't think that's a wise use of our time. And they've been able to demonstrate a lot of that this evening. I know that it's not possibly the ideal situation of what anybody would want to live next to. The unfortunate situation is that it is the heaviest industrial use in our community, and it has been for many, many years, and we are not here to change that zoning. And we can't change that zoning. We don't own that property. We can't come in tonight and say, let's make a change to that so that something else can possibly go on this land. The property owner has a right to use it to the way that it's set forth within our general plan. Councilmember Anderson said yes, if we would like to change that, that's always a possibility for the future. For if something happens in the future that 1 or 3 of these businesses go away, how would we want that land to be used? I think the Planning Commission had a very thorough conversation and discussion about this property, and the applicant stepped up and said, I will put a 10-foot fence around the property without being asked to. They volunteered to put that 10-foot fence. And I leaned over to staff and said, boy, that's a burden for them. That's going to be a huge expense for them to do. But what a great neighborly option to offer up from them, and to meet this situation head on, I thought. And I know that it's a difficult choice and it's a difficult discussion, and I will be supporting this project this evening unless somebody convinces me otherwise. But right now, the way that I see it, it is the best use for this property.
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate all the time that there's been a lot of individuals that have spent a lot of time on this. And the council included, I know that I've spent many hours on this. We do take it seriously, the property rights of all parties, and we have to consider that. We have to consider how uses impact, one use impacts another, in both directions, really. We have to try and balance that. And so I want to acknowledge that I understand that the idea of a mass of inoperable vehicles on any site, elicits reactions anywhere from distasteful to distressful, and I appreciate that. Our job as a council is to look at this as a property rights case because those apply. Legally, that's what we have to do. And we cannot categorically deny this kind of use because it is allowed by the zoning. We are limited to looking at whether or not it impacts the public in the 4 areas we talked about, and we are limited to applying conditions to mitigate or prevent those. And so I think there are a lot of concerns, and I won't rehash all of them, but there are some pretty good conditions in place. I personally feel that those impacts are going to be mitigated through the conditions we're talking about, and even including revised condition 10. I understand Councilmember Cook's concern, but logically I cannot see how, if the revised condition 10 that the applicants proposed, if that's followed, how there's any risk to contaminate the environment. I can't logically imagine that. So I'm okay with that too. And that's really what we have to do here, is look at what conditions we need in order to protect those broader concerns that could impact others. I really do believe that for the nearby public, really, I believe the only noticeable impact you'll have ongoing is the aesthetics. And I believe that that's going to be a significant improvement. Because again, we have a screening, so you're not going to be able to see any of the operation behind there or any of the product behind there. And we have a great improvement to the frontage of that property. And I build homes where living. It's a little easier for me to imagine buying and selling homes in the area. And I'll just tell you my opinion. If anything, I think that this would actually improve the marketability and the appeal of the area from where it is now. And I know it's hard to imagine it being a positive thing, but I really believe overall in the long term it will be. And so I know there's differences of opinion. I respect that. At the end of the day, we have to use our best judgment, and that's what I'm doing. I think that this will be a positive thing going forward. But we will apply those conditions. And people have talked about regulatory oversight. I'm going to admit, I'm a small government guy, but when it comes to the codes of Gilbert, I have taken an oath. And so anytime someone raises a code compliance issue, I personally will follow up on that. So we take that seriously. We all do here. So anyway, appreciate the time, and I'm leaning towards approval with the conditions.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief and not repeat. It's ironic to me that as a young boy, I would go about 100 yards south of this site, north of Commerce, to buy salvaged vehicles. In fact, my first truck, where I felt that I became important because I owned a truck, was an '86 Toyota truck that was bought there. That was a salvage title that was fixed up by a mechanic who would buy and sell vehicles out of there. As I look at this, I really appreciate everyone's concern and willingness to show up. It's not very often we get a council meeting with many participants, especially this many, and so thank you to each of you for your efforts, for contacting us, for helping us to do our homework as council members. I went yesterday for an unannounced visit to their auto parts store or yard in Phoenix, and looked around to see exactly what we would be getting here in Gilbert if this were to pass. I appreciate the comments about, well, council members, where you live, you would never approve something like this by you, or perhaps something else you didn't agree with. I will tell you, my parents moved in next door to us 4 years ago, and I got a talking to 2 weeks ago by my mother for some of the things that we are allowing by our house in Northeast Gilbert, where she thought that although it would be a beautiful building and that it would increase taxes that are paid to the town, whether they're bed taxes, whether it's from the commercial development, she didn't want the traffic there. And so I had to patiently listen to my mother as she told me about how we shouldn't zone things so close to our house that may cause concern for us. And my only response to her was, two responses. I love you, Mom. I appreciate it. At the same time, it's by zone that they get to do these things. And although I may not always agree with it, they have their property rights. And so long as they're not infringing on somebody else's, I don't have the ability to stop that. And so we do have things by some of our houses that may not be ideal when it comes to what you want in a residential neighborhood. With all that being said, I appreciate the conditional use permit. It's been talked about by a couple of council members. The thing that I like about it is if any of the conditions are not met, that conditional use permit can be revoked at any time by the town. And so if it comes out that any one of the 9 or potentially 10 conditions are not met, then Arizona Auto Parts gets the boot, and they're welcome to leave the town, and they can't do business there. And so it's not something where once they're here, there'll be no checkups, nothing will happen. And so I would encourage, if this were to pass tonight, that if there are neighbors who see concerns or who see the wall's not there or the wall's falling apart or this is happening, let the town know. And that's the point of the process of the conditional use permit. And so I appreciate the residents. I appreciate the business and their willingness to make some of these concessions. Like's been said, they could start a impound yard there tomorrow that starts accepting vehicles tomorrow morning, and they could have as many vehicles as they want, and there would be no process at all. But because the recycling side of it, it becomes a different category. So with all that being said, I appreciate the efforts of council, of staff, of residents, of the business, and I hope that this Arizona Auto Parts can be a partner with the community, with the residents, with the town, and make a successful venture and also help out the neighboring community.
Mayor, if the 10th condition is not met, I will vote no on this agenda item. I think that we have the opportunity to tighten up the potential contamination. And again, my visit out at the Phoenix site highlighted that to me, that I definitely want to make sure to protect that. If this council decides to amend that change, I'll be voting no. Again, thank you for the public for showing up. No doubt this was not by any means to try to get it through the system. There are businesses that are allowed to move into any of the zoning areas that they obviously qualify for without the council even coming up to even seeing some of these businesses, because they are able to fulfill the requirements based on the zoning. This really was about making sure that the use permit and the conditions are in place to protect the public. Again, to me, that number 10 one is vital for my vote to move forward. Everything else that the operator has done has fulfilled a lot of the things that I went out. Having Eric come up and talk about the 9 wells, the active monitoring, you couldn't ask for another location to have that level of monitoring. But again, I just don't want any opportunity for contamination. If we can add any more to prevent that, that's the reason why I proposed the canopy. So again, if there's any changes to that, I'll vote no.
Thank you. Just one sec. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up, Councilman Cook, you're referring to you would like a canopy over the staging area as a condition.
In the site plan, you'll see, that's why I highlighted it in the beginning. In the one corner, there is a kind of a staging area that's already been placed under the canopy. So
Ashley, can you put that slide back up just for a visual help? Thanks.
And
I think it was the client slide that was different, or no?
No, well, again, this was the site drawing. There is a staging area that's directly to the east, and I know that the applicant, is trying to do their very best, but it's not. There's no canopy over that, and even though they provided what I call some flow and regrading to go into basically this receptacle container, and they'll have some scrubbing. Again, we have rainwater, we have wind, all that. I appreciate that, but again, I believe that I would like all of that staging area to be under the canopy, so at least it prevents anything else, at least the rain part, from taking any of those contaminants and potentially go into anywhere that potentially can cause contamination to our water system.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook. In the spirit of compromise, can I ask the applicant to please come back? Thank you. Sorry, Sean, make you run down the aisle. My question for you in relation to Councilmember Cook's request for condition 10, recognizing that there's an existing canopy that's being used at this time for this specific purpose and the site plan and the actual staging areas outside of that canopy, is there any accommodation that could be provided by the applicant to add a different type of canopy, not necessarily tied into the existing structure, but something else that would protect rainwater from falling on that staging area? And if you need to go talk to your applicant, I certainly would give you a few minutes to do that, but or your client, but looking for the compromise here, I am asking for the accommodation at this time. Okay. Thank you. And with that, while that's happening, let me just throw my comments in, and I cannot add anything specific, but I would like to thank all of you specifically for hanging in with us this long. The last council meeting, especially those Boy Scouts that are here, good thing it's summer. I think you guys would be late for school tomorrow if you weren't. But we certainly appreciate the collaboration and the communication from our citizens. And to that point, I have received 19 emails on this and also the petition signatures, and I will be adding those all to the public record for this agenda item. We have heard, we have viewed, typically we do not respond to something when we're going to be having a council dialogue. It just puts us in a little bit of an awkward position to be responding via email. But I want you to know that those emails were received, and we knew that we were going to be having this conversation tonight. And so those are noted, read, and absolutely included in the public record. You can hear from council that this is not any type of conditional use permit comes challenges. In fact, any zoning case, bless Councilmember Peterson's heart, who's been on Planning Commission for so long, zoning cases are our least favorite because in so many ways, there's always a party that's very unhappy with the outcome. Zoning cases are not fun at all, and we recognize the sensitivity. Our homes are personal to us, and there are places for our families where we enjoy that time and make memories. We realize the importance of our homes and how personal those are to us. And so these are not easy decisions for us. At this time, I am going to be supportive of this conditional use permit. I am anxious to find a compromise here on condition 10 because I think that we can come to a fair conclusion there. But reviewing all of these facts and the fact that the zoning is in place. We cannot change the zoning as a council because we do not own the property. Any zoning changes would have to come forward from the property owner. So this is a general industrial site and will stay a general industrial site until the owner of the property determines otherwise. That being said, the conditional use permit does allow us to create parameters that soften the impact to the neighbors in the neighborhood. And so that's our effort here tonight, is to really focus on that conditional use permit and the things that we can do to be able to mitigate some of the concerns that have been expressed here tonight. So with that, do we have a compromise on 10?
Mayor and council member, let me just address that real quickly. If the question is, do the canopy or you're going to get denied, obviously we're going to do what we have to do. However, let me point out a couple of things. We would prefer to have the staging area as it's described in this site plan, and that's why we put it together. And here, let me just point out why. I mean, first, the obvious reason is you have a large covered canopy area, and you want to maximize the space for your employees to be working under shade. We all get that when it's 120 degrees outside. You don't want to take up that space with cars. Secondly, this area is all covered and designed in accordance with ADEQ requirements. There is a regulatory agency that governs this specific use and how it should be protected. And they have said that this is a safe design, all on concrete, that goes into an oil, grease, and water separator. And so it is protected. We have a 65-year track record in Phoenix and we don't even have this. We've talked to our environmental consultant, and the risk associated with these type of cars is no greater than the risk of a parking lot in Walmart or Target or Safeway, for that matter. So we really don't want to go to the extra expense of we're putting about $7 million into this facility of adding an additional canopy if we don't have to cover cars that will be rotating in and out. But like I said, if the difference is between yes and no, it's something you have to bite the bullet on. But we would absolutely prefer not to if we did not have to.
Thank you, Sean. Councilmember Cook.
Sean, I'm not sure you have to worry about that. It sounds like I might be the only no vote, but let me ask you a question. When the water does go in that, and again, you have to help remind me, when the water and the oils and the gas go into that container, and you have those large, well, I'm going to call them sponges, and you remove the sponges, what happens to the water that's in that container? Where does it go? I can't remember the flow from the one that was inside underneath the canopy at the Phoenix site.
Mayor, Councilmember Cook, I am not an expert at oil, grease, and water separators, nor did I stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night. So, but what I can tell you is that this is an industry-accepted design of how to handle environmental contamination that takes place in gas stations, in tire and lube facilities, in oil Jiffy Lubes, all over the country, and it's an industry-regulated design to protect storm water that comes on to separate out the water and the contaminants, and then that water then goes off into a retention area. So as we all know, it's a very simple principle that water and oil have different weights. And so it's not magic how it happens. I don't know, it just does. And so these oil and water separate the water. The oil then stays, and then we dispose of that oil that's collected in those industrial grade separators. And then the water, once the oil is removed, goes out and goes into the retention areas on site. So we're not pumping out to a storm drain or anywhere else.
Right, and the retention area obviously is
on site.
On site, probably a dirt portion on the property. The water goes into the ground and it just goes in the ground.
The water after the oil and water have been separated, the water goes on.
Again, there's not a 100% guarantee that the contaminants are completely gone. There's a potential.
I can tell you that the industry experts around the country and ADEQ have said this works, and that's all I can tell you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Peterson, did you have one more comment?
No, I think Eddie clarified what his thinking. I was just curious what his logic was on how it was a risk with the drainage and separation system in place. I still struggle to understand that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I will close the public hearing. I think we've all had adequate dialogue on this item and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve items 34 and 35 as presented by staff, revising condition number 10 to match the language provided by the applicant, and also out of consideration of my peer, adding a condition 11 regarding submitting the environmental reports also to the town of Gilbert during the same time they would submit to other agencies.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion carries with a 6-1 vote. Thank you. Knowing this council and having been on council and with other individuals, we kind of turn into pumpkins at 10 o'clock and we are somewhat ineffective at that hour, but we have several other important agenda items still to cover tonight. So with that, I would like us to move to agenda item 37 and then come back to agenda item 31 and then have the secondary property tax. It looks like we're probably going to be here for at least another hour. Is there a request at this time for any type of environmental break? No pun intended.
So moved.
Yes.
Quick 5 minutes or 2 minutes? All right, we have a quick 2-minute break. Thank you. We'll reconvene in just 2 minutes. All right. As soon as I have a quorum, We'll bring the meeting back. All right, we do have a quorum. Let's move to agenda item 37, the Community Development Block Grant Fund. I will open the public hearing on agenda item 37. And Councilmember Vice Mayor Peterson.
Mayor, we have one request to speak from Christina Curso. Seeing as there's only one, should we give her 3 minutes? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for the environmental break. My name is Christina Curso, and I am a resident of Gilbert, just over 10 years now. And it will come to no surprise to you that I oppose one portion of the Community Block Grant funds that's in the HUD application specifically, and that's the Wellness Center. So we've been talking about this for just over 2 years now, and it just kind of feels, at least from this resident's point of view, that we're kicking the can down the road. It always ends up actually at the end of a meeting that's already a couple of hours long, and I don't want you to turn into pumpkins, but at the same time, I think it's important that we do discuss it. All of your decisions thus far have been made based on a 2014 needs assessment. And I really appreciate Councilman Taylor's comments every time this is brought up, that there's been no supply assessment or supply survey of what's been done, only the needs. And I appreciate you bringing that up so much, but it's never been addressed. And I wish you would be heard, and I wish that would be addressed this evening. Last summer, when this came up, staff said, or specifically Jessica, that we would have a full discussion about this in November. And November came and went, and that's okay. Things get put off. I understand that. Now we're here at a decision-making point, but yet the full discussion hasn't happened. I would agree with Councilman Peterson when she says that we've had a lot of discussion on it because we have certain aspects of it, but not the fullness of where you stand as a governmental body for this particular use in this particular building. And so I look forward to that discussion tonight. I thank you for your time, and I would hope that you would oppose a wellness center or a nonprofit center in this particular building as one that's run many nonprofits and supports nonprofits. I wouldn't even want nonprofits that I love and do support in this building because it's not a good use of funds. And it's something that you as a government or as an owner of a building will have to continually help fuel if those nonprofits, which often happens, ends up going out of business or closing doors or can't be in that particular space. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you. And I just feel compelled to make note that we just had our annual Faith Summit planning meeting, which will happen in September. And part of that effort is going to be compiling information about nonprofits and actual services that are being provided. So you have been heard, Councilmember Taylor. No, we don't clap. We don't clap in the council chambers. All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, no. With that, we will look to other council for commentary.
Mayor, I'll be super brief. I think Christina Curso did a pretty good job of summing up my concerns. I'm always concerned about CDBG funds and the uses they cause us to be involved in. And I think this is a prime example of, I just think something in the long term that's going to be a liability around our necks. So with that, I'm not going to support it. I don't have some parsed out proposal. If it fails tonight, I suppose staff would come back with something we could approve. Although I'll probably be outvoted, but just wanted you to know I would not be supporting.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Councilmember Taylor.
Mayor, thank you. So would just hope that we would continue to, put more effort into the substance of the plan. So don't need to restate. Certainly agree with that, with the supply assessment. So thank you for that update. That's great. We were just sitting with all the service clubs. They're asking for more ways to help. That's another great resource that we can put in here. We know that the current administration in Washington is going to be reducing things. So some of the assumptions that we have in here, I believe, are wobbly at best. Some of the items in here, I disagree with staff that they're actually in line with what HUD wants. It's about housing. It's not about social services. I know we kind of talked about that, but I just, I disagree with the conclusion that we've drawn on that one. So anyways, I'm not supportive of it, but would love to just continue to work to meet those needs, understanding our supply, and to the extent I can be helpful, please let me know. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, I will look for everyone's help and support when it comes to the annual Faith Group Summit this year. We love having everybody participate. With that, I don't see any additional comments from council, so I will close the public hearing on agenda item 37 and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will move to approve item number 37.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion carries with a 5-2 vote. Thank you. We will move now to the sign code. This has been so exciting for so many years now, but we are ready to make something happen. And we had a subcommittee of the council, and I think perhaps if there was a spokesperson from the subcommittee that could assist us, or is that you, Councilmember Cook?
It is, but maybe we have staff give a presentation because I need to step out real briefly and come back.
Signing autographs. Catherine, would you mind giving us it sounds like there's a presentation planned, and I shouldn't have teased Councilmember Cook. I think he went to get props, which is my second least favorite thing that he does at council meetings.
I wonder what my least favorite is. I'll just keep wondering.
Oh, shoot, I forgot something.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Catherine Lorby, our Principal Planner. I do have a very brief presentation. The item before you tonight is a public hearing to consider the revised sign code. The existing code will be replaced in its entirety, along with any related definitions and graphics. And the item was continued from your May 18th meeting, and you formed a subcommittee which crafted some additional red lines for your consideration this evening. One of the reasons why we have a sign code is so that we can balance our value for a high-quality community with the needs of business for signs. The broad goal of this particular update was to remove any content-based regulation from the sign code so that we could be consistent with the Supreme Court's decision. Staff was guided by these key concepts, which are derived from our strategic initiatives and also from our general plan. So we made an effort to balance the needs of the community with improving the content and the ease of use of the document. Also, we worked to retain as much of the code as possible and to preserve our high-quality environment. The subcommittee did meet 4 times after you had them form in May, and potential changes were shown as red lines in your document, and the red line topics are outlined in your staff report on page 2 and 3. I just wanted to take a moment to thank all the stakeholders who participated in the update. It's been an extensive process, and especially over the last 6 months. You do have letters of support from the Chamber of Commerce, and there may be some representatives also here that would like to speak. So that's all that I have for you this evening, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mayor, of note, we do have one request to speak, and as mentioned by staff, we do have a comment card from Kathy Tilkey supporting the item, but not requesting to speak.
Thank you. Let's move to the comment from the public.
Jim Torgerson, if you want to come on up, we'll give you 2 minutes, state your name and whether or not you're a Gilbert resident. You probably know that, but...
Mayor, Council, my name is Jim Torgeson, a Gilbert resident, thankfully not near the auto recycling plant. But this process went in the last several times that I've sat on the stakeholders committee. And this one I must say I hold hope for, because I have felt that stakeholders have largely, really in the end, been ignored, and it's gotten pushed off. And several council members and I have discussed that things didn't show up in the final code that we all thought were there. Things were changed, things were buried in developmental codes, etc. And this time, I felt that the council actually finally took the bull by the horns and created a subcommittee and went through with specific observations and resolved them to a much greater extent than anything in the past. And for that, I wanted to say thank you, because I feel that this town actually has the opportunity to continually raise the bar rather than just take the coward's way out and say, well, Tempe does this and Chandler does that, and that's best practice. We're actually possibly starting to create the best practices, not just follow someone else's. And for that, I just wanted to thank you.
Councilmember Cook.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. The second committee was phenomenal. We had 3 individuals that have a passion for small business. They have a passion for our economic growth. And as you remember, I had 29 pages of changes. We had a couple members of our business community, Jim Torgerson, Clyde Baker, also providing input, to us. This particular sign code, as we did this 5 years ago, was part of a change for us, a change to listen to our small businesses, because signage for a small business may be their only marketing identity that they're able to afford. And as much as we want our home team to be successful, I believe this revision of the sign code, which is really based upon the Reed versus Gilbert decision that happened with the Supreme Court, this does provide even more flexibility, more innovation across the entire town. It's not just particular just for the downtown Heritage District. It is not particular for the Santan Mall area. The sign code is open for everyone. That's the beauty of this particular revision, is that everyone will be able to take advantage of all the wonderful things that other businesses have had advantages with. So I couldn't thank Councilmember Peterson and Councilmember Anderson for helping, work through that. Catherine, Kyle, Linda, you guys were rock stars. Thank you very much for working for the 4 weeks of answering a lot of questions and so forth. And it just, again, I couldn't be more grateful for our small businesses here in Gilbert to take this. Now, what will be interesting is that since Gilbert's been on the map and many, many communities are looking to Gilbert as it relates to the sign codes because they may follow our model, I couldn't be more excited to say, as an example, of a lot of pro-business language in our sign code. Now, the one thing I do want to comment was that we heard about, well, what happened to the gorilla, the inflatable gorilla? What happened to the balloons at the car dealership? What happened to the big balloon that floats at a model home? Well, we found out that even though we didn't see it in the sign code, those things were actually in our land development code, which was really interesting. So there may be a time here in the near future where we might want to move things from the land development code back into the sign code, because in a lot of ways those are forms of signage that I believe might be in there. Now with that, Mayor, I did bring a friend with me that I do want to highlight, but my friend, I think, got sabotaged. because he has a hole in it. But I would like to share a little bit here. We want to thank Sign King for providing this, but we'll see how well he does here.
Oh, props.
You know, it's a little after 10, right?
Keep going, because I want to win the bet.
You gotta hold it like this. Oh, I gotta hold it.
Well, so with I just want to say here that this is just a little example of Gilbert, Arizona is where it's easy to do business, and this sign code does that. So I brought Gumby, who's a childhood favorite of my kids, and I found him in a closet. I thought it might be fun because he's an inflatable. I'm not suggesting we do inflatables with Gumby, but again, I just wanted to share a little sign here. Gilbert is friendly for business here.
I'm not sure anyone can follow that, but Vice Mayor Peterson's willing, so.
I think everyone's going to go to bed with inflatable Gumbies in their head now. Mayor, I just want to say that, it was a challenge because this was a complete rewrite of our sign code. With that being said, I believe we succeeded in producing a sign code, even with all the new restrictions that we have to meet. I think that it's more business friendly than our current one. That's my belief. That being said, I want to keep in mind, I just have one request related to this. We got to keep in mind that a code change this sweeping is bound to have some unforeseen impacts. It's just, we're not perfect. I've read through this multiple times. We've had a lot of input, and it's good. And I think it's worthy of adoption. But I would like to suggest, and maybe the time frame is up for debate, but I'd like to see within between 6 months and a year from now, I'd like to see staff come back with feedback from our stakeholders and the community at large on how this has gone. So if there's any cleanup or something we need to do, that we're very well aware of that and ready to take those actions. So, Mayor, that's the only thing I'm hoping for, and that could just be an informal direction to staff if there's agreement from at least 3 of us.
Thank you. I saw a head nod from Linda and team, so thank you. Any other comments from council? Councilmember Anderson, I think part of what was the word? Fabulous.
It was fabulous 3 amigos. 3 amigos about that.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing that I brought up during the meetings we had was I personally have a problem with the proliferation of A-frames in our community. And when I said that, Councilman Cook looked at me like, what? You want this town to burn your house down? Yeah. So we found a good compromise and put in what we called a sunset clause on the flying banners and the A-frames, so that we'll bring that back up in 3 years and review that, make sure we're comfortable with that. And during that time, I'm going to work with Kathy. Hopefully in the business community, we can gather some data on the importance of those signs, because I want to have some solid foundation. We're going to use those signs that they really are working well. And but I do think that we came up with some great, I was surprised at how easy it really went, because I can remember in the past the sign code, and I know Jim can remember too, how difficult it was to get through it. And this has gone surprisingly well.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Councilmember Taylor.
Mayor, thank you. Also like to thank Team Gumby for the great work that they did on the sign code. So hopefully it's something that we can review. I want to echo that review process is going to be very, very important. So to the extent we can support and have that those dates back before us, I think that's important. I do want to just make a comment here, and I'm going to pull a little bit of a Mayor Lewis and jump around here, because I missed pulling number 19 on the consent agenda, because it ties into this very closely. One of the reasons we're here is because, in my opinion, the 2 past legal teams missed the understanding of the First Amendment. And it needs to be a major priority in the interviews that we're going through. So what I was hoping to do in 19, I just I just blew it with all the other stuff going on. Is it 18? 18, my bad. See, I missed that one too. I wanted to make sure that we had candidates that had a significant background in First Amendment matters, because this is what happens when we miss that on our hires. So maybe we miss it and put it in the profile, but perhaps we can get feedback to the recruiter, and then in our interviewing process, let's just keep that, because this is what happens when we miss that. And I'd really like to see a strong understanding the background of First Amendment matters, because it's so sweeping, not just in sign codes, but in so much of other policy that we're making. So if I could jump around like that and maybe walk to memory lane a little bit, but thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I might be the only one that's not real thrilled with all of the changes, or A through J. One thing that I'm concerned about, from having volunteered in this community since 2000 on the Planning Commission, is the planning that we've done in our Heritage District and how it's a very distinct area of town, and actually a section of our general plan dedicated to the Heritage District. And I'm concerned about just saying that the same signs can be everywhere within the town and it loses its specialness. So can somebody from the three fabulous amigos explain to me the reasoning behind that? I'll go one at a time.
Thank you, Councilmember Peterson. The thought is, we've established the downtown and with the signage, and we agree that there's something special. But that special can be shared by others throughout the town. As we talk about the economic development here in Gilbert, we just don't want the growth to only be in the downtown when they have these nice special signs. We've established, we believe, that momentum already in place. And, the users and operators in the downtown have enjoyed, and they will continue to enjoy that signage. What we're saying is that goodness could be spread throughout all of Gilbert, that every operator, every small business can take advantage of the wonderfulness that the downtown has already established. It's not going to detract or deter what the downtown has established. If we see a wonderful neon sign down somewhere in the Power Ranch area, I think that would be great to have that down there. So I think all of us felt that way. I know that the Chamber of Commerce, with Kathy's recommendation that she approved, also feels the same way. So I appreciate your concern, but I think the downtown will continue to have that specialness, and we just would like others to have the same thing. I don't know if the other council members on the committee would like to comment on that or not.
Okay. The next thing I had a question about is the flagpoles. How did you come up with additional flagpoles? Who wants to take that one? Is it sticking with Councilmember Cook or Vice Mayor?
I'd be happy to speak to that. We're aware of some business owners who are already beyond the requirement that's there. Now, we didn't write the code exactly for any specific business, but we did write it in such a way that should include any businesses we could think of and who we didn't have a problem with the way they were operating. An example of that would be Isogenics. They would currently be out of compliance with the code the way it was proposed, and we just didn't feel that that was appropriate. It's a beautiful site. We've had no complaints about Isogenics. All we've had is accolades. And so we supported things like that. And again, it's not designed exactly around them, but we wanted to provide those same opportunities throughout the town. So that was the thinking.
So D would cover the 18 flagpoles Isogenics has?
Yes, it would.
By the acreage?
Yeah, it's not exactly. It's actually a little bit more than that. Again, we weren't trying to design it for an exact.
And Isogenics actually, I believe, actually has a special. We did a special separate one, but we were using them as an example if another business didn't have that special arrangement with the town as relates to their development agreement. Could Isogenics obviously meet the calculations and so forth with that?
Okay, one more. The technically off-site and content-based temporary directional signs, and how do we handle when potentially an outside business company user comes and puts up a sign in Gilbert. Let's use Gilbert and Ray as an example. There's a nice big piece of land at the southwest corner of Gilbert and Ray that owner might want to lease out, I guess, probably for sign, but maybe a Chandler business wants to advertise there. I just wanted to make sure you, yes.
Councilmember Peterson is a good question, and we're aware of that potential result. We did limit the off-site signage to undeveloped properties because of the natural nexus between that and the opportunity to market those properties and get them to the point where they are developed. And so there is a relationship there that we felt had some good logic and reason to it. Again, we've directed staff to come back in 6 months to a year. Now, I'm the small government side of things, but it also provides opportunities if there's negative feedback or impact. On the other side of things, we could certainly review it at that time. I don't believe you're going to see a huge proliferation beyond what you'd naturally see in the undeveloped areas. You're mostly going to see that geared towards getting those sites developed, just because it has a more valuable use to those individuals than it does to others who their site is so far removed, it just doesn't make as much sense for them. So you're going to have those sites leased. Again, these are off-site, so you're going to have to get permission from the property owner. I've been involved in these deals. You do have to pay them for that. And again, that's going to go to the highest bidder, and that's going to naturally be the kind of people we would expect and we're accustomed to seeing signage for, and will help move those developments forward the way that it has in the past. And I think that's a positive thing.
Just one more comment on that. I think the initial business that was targeted was maybe the new home builders that are building a neighborhood, and they're just, and you may remember way back when there was signage that says, this particular subdivision, which is new, is 2 miles down the road. And so if that home builder was to get permission of another property owner that's, again, undeveloped, was really the key here. They could pay possibly a fee to that property owner to have that kind of a sign. Signage sizes and all that, I think, are all in play. I can't remember, is that true? Yeah, it's all in play, if I remember correctly.
There's limits to the number as well. Again,
and a number as well.
It's going to be dominated by who you would expect as well.
Be the number by acreage and the size of the sign be typical to like a planning sign?
I think it is. Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I picked the corner of Gilbert and Ray, because it's undeveloped and it's big enough.
Right, and you know what? We're even the understanding of a McDonald's wanted to do that, then they could do a McDonald's sign if they wanted to. So we understood that potentially, there could be other operators or users that might take advantage of that.
So you've all mentioned 6 months to a year. Do you have a date in mind that we would be able to put into this agreement as we vote on it tonight?
No. Again, if it's in that window, I'm fine. I think that's soon enough and long enough, I think both, that
My request would be not the last meeting of the fiscal year. That'd be my
I think we leave the flexibility up to
Not a
staff
year
to
from
tell us,
tonight, Mayor Daniels?
give us an agenda that it fits in that window. But keep in mind, this is private property we're talking about here. So your example of that corner that's undeveloped that the town owns, we don't have to grant permission to anybody to use it for that. I think that would be a good example of where it might end up being used by somebody that's not developing the property. Obviously, that's our property. So I think it's going to work out. But again, we're going to review this and we'll get feedback and see how it goes.
Okay, so if we said a year to review, that would put us past tonight's meeting to take that off of your shoulders.
How about first meeting, August of 2018?
That would help.
Does that help? Okay. That gives us a date to target.
That's a full year of review and then time to compile that and bring it back.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, that's perfect. I'm glad that you feel confident that I'm going to be here a year from now, so
Well, you're
you can count on it.
Just keep it in a file somewhere that someone else can find.
And just a quick comment, the language that Councilmember Anderson indicated was really an idea that I received from our interim town attorney, what he's doing in Fountain Hills. But we're going to put a time limit on that as well. And we talked about the 3-year mark, that this is going to be brought up to the council for, again, further discussion, which means that there's going to have to be some data that's captured. So as part of that 3-year cycle, I'm not sure how we'll capture that data or what metrics we'll do. We'll have to have some discussion about it. But again, probably very similar to what you're thinking about the year from now.
Thank you. I have to be totally honest as I'm summing this up here. I'm just so excited we're going to have a sign code. Is it perfect? No. Will we need to make revisions at some time in the future? Yes. Do we invite public input and public contribution to that? Absolutely. And thank you very much to the stakeholders. Thank you to town staff, to all of those who participated in the process, and to our fabulous subcommittee of the council for getting this right here and to a place where we can vote on it. Thank you very much. At this time, I will close the public hearing on agenda item 31 and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve item 31 as presented by staff, including the direction to come back between 6 months and a year. Did we set the date already? To give us feedback. Thank you.
And Mayor, I'd like to second it, but again, I just do want to compliment, again, Catherine, Linda, Kyle, Nancy, legal was there. I do want to thank the stakeholders. I see Jim Torgerson here, Kathy is here. We had a lot of feedback, and again, we couldn't have done it without the team. It's a team effort to do this, and I know we've been at this for over a year. And again, I thank the team. Two, but again, it was a real team effort, a very positive.
You might be making it almost 3.
But again, you have my second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion passes with a 7-0 vote, and that completes that portion of the public hearing. I will recess the regular meeting and convene a special meeting for agenda item 38. We will look to Kelly to assist us here. We've had a preliminary hearing already on this particular agenda item. There was a compromise that was made. It had to be noticed so that we had all options available to us, but at this point, I think we're looking for something specific that will get us across the finish line. We do have one additional speaker on this. Let's have quick staff report. We'll go to public comment and then council comment. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, I know it's late, so I'll be very quick. This is our last step in adopting the budget process and preparing for fiscal 18. And so we had our initial public hearing, and this is the final adoption for the secondary property tax levy. In fiscal 18, we have 2 pieces of debt that we need to pay for. The debt service for fiscal 18 adds up to $22.3 million. So the maximum levy that we could adopt would be the 22.3. What's proposed is the 21.65 million, using 650,000 of debt service fund balance to make up the difference so that the full payment can be made. This is what it would look like with the historic, so it's a decreasing rate over time. And then in comparison to some of our peer communities in the valley, we would be the lowest property tax of our peer communities. Next step is, after receiving public input and council discussion, adopting an ordinance that would set the property tax levy for fiscal 18, and we do need you to list the dollar amount that you would like that levy to be in the motion. With that, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Vice Mayor Peterson, would you like to call up the speaker?
Mayor, we have one request to speak from Jim Torgerson. Jim, it's only you, but it's late. Can you do it in 2? I'm 2. Going.
Set the timer, Chris.
Going.
Jim Torgerson, fiscally poor guy after paying my property taxes last week. In the end, as with just the last thing you voted on, the property tax, although maybe the levy goes down, the rate goes down, et cetera, in the end, you can see some people's taxes rise. You can blame it on the value of the property rising, but that doesn't condone taking money from an individual. $1 more is it's being spit in the face one more time. Property is the truly regressive tax, whereas it's not based on your usage. It is based on a value a value you may not even have. You may have borrowed $100 or put $100,000 on a house and owe $400, and you're still paying on the $400. Maybe you built some equity. It's unrealized money. You're paying a tax on an unrealized capital gain, as well as the money you owe and as well as the money that you saved up to put down on your home. This particular tax is not based just on square footage, it's the value of your square footage. And as small as the overall number is this year, 21.5, although that's up from other years, it could be zero if this was handled right and continue to drive the number down, because Councilman Phillips from Scottsdale was at my house this morning for a while, and we were discussing property tax because he has an issue with it too. And last year, 50 people in Scottsdale lost their homes to tax liens, most of them elderly. 50 people in Scottsdale lost their property to property taxes, sold at the county steps. It is a regressive, horrific tax, and the only way to stop that is to stop that here, when it's not truly necessary in the end and can be handled in other ways. I lied, it was 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, what I'd love for us to do as a council is to set the proposal. So I know that there's a couple council members that have a suggestion for us to move forward. We're looking for 4 votes on this agenda item. And if we could please start with the proposal. We've discussed this multiple times, and I know there's different philosophies from this council, but if we could move forward with the actual plan, I think that might be more efficient for us.
Could I have Kelly, could you show the slide that we talked about called the historic property tax levy and rate? This one is, I think, a good slide to start off with. This shows since 1995 kind of where the rate has been. You can see how the growth has been in Gilbert. You know, these are dollars that are, you know, obviously used to support that growth, and you can obviously see the stair step of the rate going down. The proposed levy is $21,650, and with a rate going down to $103. As you may remember, when we had the discussion last time, the original staff recommendation was to go and maintain 106. I know that Councilmember Peterson and Councilmember Taylor wanted to maintain the levy as where it was at. I believe that number would have been about 95 cents, kind of ish. You know, my proposal was to kind of split that in half. It was about I'm trying to remember the dollar value. It was $1.3 million was kind of the difference between last year and this year. I decided to split it in half and basically come up with $650,000 and define 2 funding sources, one from the reserve fund, one from the general fund, which brought it down to $1.03. So again, I would like to maintain that.
Is that in the form of a motion, Councilmember Cook?
I think that's a good compromise, but again, I just share that as last time, and I know that I got consensus with the entire council at that time. I would love to see the same consensus from all 7 of us, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. But again, I just wanted to bring that as a highlight.
All right, we'll move left to right on the dais. Looks like there's lots of hands. Councilmember Ray and then Vice Mayor Peterson.
So I can support Councilman Cook's idea. The only thing that I think I would change, unless Kelly can persuade me otherwise, is rather than taking approximately $325,000 from the reserve and $325 from general fund, I think I'm of the opinion of taking all $650 from the reserve fund. That's the most restricted of the funds. That's all we can use that fund for. We can't use it for other things. And so I would rather not use the general fund money, but use that to take it down. Our policy as a town is to keep that at 5%. Right now it's at 10%. It would take us to 6.5%-ish. So we're still within our policy levels, and that money can't be used for anything else anyway. So I would say we use all of it for that.
And the only reason I want to make a comment, this proposal, and Kelly, you can kind of validate this. This proposal would actually be for the next 3 years, if I remember correctly. So that's why I said take a little bit at a time over the next 3 years at this level. So it'd be.
I don't disagree with that being a great idea, but we cannot bind future councils, and we have no idea what the next couple years. So yes, it would work out as a plan for the next 3 years, but we certainly can't make that as a stipulation. I'm happy either way, to be honest with you. Councilmember Cook, can you support the change at least for this for fiscal year 18?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just provide the option of where the dollars can come from. If Kelly says getting it all at one area, I'm okay with that as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Peterson.
Mayor, I'll be super brief. I appreciate the compromise. I really do. And it's a big improvement, in my opinion, over what would have been over a 9% increase on the average property over the last 2 years. I know we're fixating on the rate, but that's only part of the equation. The other part is the valuation, which the county sets before we set the rate, and that's what really it results in what the average property owner pays. And that would be, even with the, but my point is, even with the compromise over the last 2 years, you're talking over a 6% increase. I just want to see, real quick, is there anybody that's willing to go lower than that compromised amount? I'm just going to look, because I don't want to waste a bunch of time talking if there's no movement.
And are you suggesting?
I know Councilmember Taylor's willing, but that's.
Are you suggesting what, 1% down?
Let me tell you.
down?
Let me tell you what would not be an increase over the last 2 years at all, but would still be an increase in levy, at least not on the average property owner. If my calculations are right, yeah. So 20.4 million, we could adopt that. And because of new rooftops that have come online over the last 2 years, the average property owner would not pay more, and yet we would still be able to raise the levy slightly. So that's what I would propose, but I don't know if there's movement.
Vice Mayor Peterson, it's getting late. Where would you propose the other 1.2 million comes from?
I'm fine if it comes out of the restricted fund. There's good financial reasons for that.
So we don't have enough in the restricted fund to do that. We have $2 million in it right now. We're already taking $650,000 to get to Cooks.
Then supplement from the general fund.
So would you say then keep it at 5%, which is our policy, and then whatever's left over?
Yes, perfect. Sounds good to me.
Did you bring that? Sorry, I'm just trying to recall. Did you bring this up at the last hearing of this, Vice Mayor?
That exact number, I didn't. I hadn't calculated it yet, but I was curious about it, so I finally ran those numbers.
So the concept for you is really that anytime the county makes a change in valuation, we need to make an adjustment to the levy.
Well, so this all gets down to how you want to define a property tax increase.
No, I'm just asking specifically because for you it hinges upon valuation.
Yes. For me, yes.
So does that mean that every time the state legislature sweeps her funds that actually by law are required to be distributed to cities and towns, that we should be actually increasing our taxes in the town of Gilbert to be able to make up the difference?
No, I don't.
Okay, so if that's the statement, we have to be very careful about how we move and develop policy based on what other elected bodies decide to do or not do. And this for me is one of these critical issues that if we hinged our taxes and our rates just based on how other governmental entities that are above us, let's just say the county and the state, if we make adjustments based on them, we are not serving the residents of Gilbert in a way that protects the vision of this community. And I'm very passionate about this because I cannot control what other bodies of government do. What I can do is try to influence what happens right here in the town of Gilbert. And if I'm going to be creating policy or changing and making adjustments based on the whims and the ways of change that occur at the county level, I'm not looking out for the residents of Gilbert. We have specific policies, we have strategies. I don't know if the county assessor, I realize he's got to follow some formula and some evaluation, but it changes year to year, and we saw property valuations go down in previous years. Does that mean we increase our rate in order to make sure that we're collecting more dollars? No, we're being very careful, very cautious, and very cognizant of the fact that our residents need predictability in their tax statements, and we're doing everything we can at the local level to protect that. It's not, frankly, my problem if the county isn't doing that or if the state isn't doing that, and I can't take that on. I have no control over that. So sorry for me getting up on a soapbox for just a second, but I just see that as being a real slippery slope for us as a community to be hinging on. So with that, I think everyone's been able to speak on that side, and myself included, sorry about that, and Councilmember Peterson.
Very quickly, I didn't support this the last time, and I won't again tonight. I find this fiscally irresponsible, and from the reaction I got from Kelly the last time I asked the question and the look on her face, she was concerned also. So I'm just not comfortable with the change.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Well, Mayor, I'm supportive. Right, coming into this meeting, I wanted 19.4, but then when I saw 18.4 up there, I thought, oh, okay, we can even do better. Here's the crux of it for me, right? The reason we have to go up and down is because we're adding more debt, right? We had decisions earlier in this year, and I pointed them out specifically because we're going to have, this is the moment of truth, right? That we could have avoided the debt that drove this, okay? We didn't. So, lots of decisions go up to, and now we're over a barrel, we've got to pay it, right? There's debt service, and those obligations must be met, and we're going to be good creditors because we want good credit ratings. But I'm going to continue to be a sounding board that we can pay for things with equity rather than debt all the time. And we don't need to continue to push some of those renewals like these 10-year-old bonds that we didn't have any need for, but we magically, came up with things, right? That's what's putting us in there. And I think that will put us in a better position, to your point, about being able to control our own destiny and not be as much subject to the other jurisdictions that force us on that. So I'm sorry for being a broken record on that, Mayor, but I'm supportive of the lowest that this council will, because we need to avoid the debt spending for things that really haven't been necessary. We didn't need to renew those 10-year-old bonds. If we needed that money, we would have pulled it in the last 10 years. So anyways, thank you for the time on that, but whatever the lowest number we can get to is what I like Councilmember Ray's. Let's go to the 5%, and the delta come from the general fund.
I just have to make the statement that there's no magic in what we're doing. We don't magically come up with projects. These are CIP projects, and I was on this council when we deferred a ton of projects in order to keep that rate low when the evaluations and evaluations went down. And unlike some of our neighboring jurisdictions, unlike our school districts also, who had to raise their rates, and we did not do that in the town. We deferred projects. So this is not magic. We're not making things up to do. We're reaching and meeting the needs of the growing community, and we're still growing at a very rapid pace. We're not magically coming up with projects. We didn't make stuff up in order to get to this point tonight. And these bonds would have been sold in years previous if there hadn't been a downturn of the economy, but we were being responsible stewards of the taxpayer and made sure that we didn't issue additional debt when we didn't have the capacity for it. And I think that's a critical point, that we make the right decisions when we need to in order to make sure that our citizens and our residents are protected.
Mayor, if I may, and that's a good point. Just to extend the metaphor, but here's where the dark art is, right? We're told that we need $7 million for the Lindsay and 202 interchange. And so we issued debt on what we were told, right? That's all we have. But then when we end up only spending $330,000 of that, we're pulling debt for projects that we don't need all that much capacity for. So that's the concern that I have. And Councilmember Cook talked for a lot of time showing the authorization level and how much we're actually spending. That's something I think we need to tighten up, because then we actually get everything done that we want to, but we don't actually need to pull as much debt and continue with those critical projects, as you're pointing out, because I agree with you. We deferred some things, and I think we're pulling more than we can or we actually have the capacity to execute on.
Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor, go ahead.
Kelly, can you do me a favor? Because I think this would be a great slide that Kelly and I have been working on. It's the CIP expenditure slide that actually shows the actual capital, there we go, and what's been adopted. So again, you're going to like my new charts that I'm now kind of coming up with here as relates to actual spend. So I asked Kelly, I would love to see what the actual spend of capital has been since, I've been on board here. And the green is the actual capital spend. And you can see since, since fiscal year 2010, that remains fairly flat. And in fact, the last 3 years, there's been kind of a slight decline, even though we adopted the budgets to be higher, or capital budget higher. But I think this doesn't show that our spending is bloated or our spending is outrageous through the numbers. And these are the actual numbers here. So I know we talk about this a lot, but I just don't want the public to think that Gilbert is going crazy here in all these capital projects that we're doing. I mean, we're pretty much on the execution phases on this. Can you do one more slide? Because I'm actually going to send to the rest of the council members an interesting idea here, because I think this is going to help. If you can show the one that has the overall budget that you showed last time and the actual spend. It was the one for 2010 through, yes, this one. As you can see again, this is the actual spend of the overall budget versus the adopted. And what I'm going to ask here, and just share this with the rest of my colleagues here, I'm going to come up with an idea here. I'm going to pass this around here, and I'm going to just kind of share with you what I would call a new financial execution policy about spending. Because you can see the green bars are...
I'm so sorry. I'm just going to call point of order really fast. It sounds like a great idea, but can you fill out a future agenda item?
Well, I'm just going to flip this around so anyone can sign, because that's exactly what it's going to be.
That'd be great, because I think it is probably off agenda at this point, but if it's very specific to our secondary property tax levy.
But again, it goes back to the concept of this whole idea of spend. Because the secondary, the levy and secondary property tax is all about, again, the spend and all these projects. So I'm going to float this around. If you're open to signing this will be a future council agenda item. I think you'll like this.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook. Sorry for interrupting at this point. Vice Mayor Peterson, actually, you know what, Vice Mayor, I'm so sorry. Councilmember Peterson has been waiting, and
I was going to ask if Councilmember Ray or Vice Mayor Peterson would clarify what their idea and option was, because it is getting late and this is a lot of numbers flying around, so I need a clarification.
I don't know if I can speak for Councilmember Ray, but my proposal, and he suggested part of this, but my proposal was to adopt a $20.4 million levy and make up the difference between the 5%, leaving a 5% in reserve to our debt service fund balance, and whatever that doesn't cover, take from general fund. Does that make sense? That was not succinct, but it was accurate.
Councilmember Ray, what was your suggestion?
I didn't have a suggestion. I was just clarifying where the money would come from to support his.
But based on what we voted on at the last meeting, you weren't here, but based on what was approved at the last meeting to move forward to this meeting, you suggested taking the money from the restricted funds versus the general fund?
Yeah, so my idea was take all 650,000 more or less that were short from the restricted fund versus 325 from restricted, 325 from general fund.
Okay. Go ahead, Mayor.
Kelly, this is going to be, it's going to sound slightly off topic, but what's our sort of roundabout rate? Maybe Hawken knows this better, that we're paying the interest. What interest rate are we paying on our secondary property tax fund?
2.3, 2.5.
Okay, and then what is the interest rate on our PSPRS unfunded liability?
7.5.
Okay, so if we're going to use general fund dollars, it needs to be paying off the higher, this is the Dave Ramsey version of paying down debt. We should be, any general fund dollars that we're expending, we should be using to pay down the unfunded liability. And I know that's part of the fiscal year 18 budget that we've already adopted, but I just want to keep us all on the same page as it relates to this. I would really prefer that we stick to the most restricted fund, that we go with the proposal that was provided to us at the last council meeting, and that if there's any extra general fund dollars and we have authorization to spend, that we put that towards that unfunded liability at 7% rather than to the secondary projects. That's my recommendation. I think it's Councilmember Cook's proposal, and I think at this point we might be able to entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Peterson has something really
I'll be
quick.
super brief. If you go back to the slide that shows actual versus approved on CIP, here's the unfortunate reality. We are borrowing money based on the budget, which means we're borrowing money on a ton of money that we're not even going to spend, and that's sad. So to the point, that would be more money we would have left over to pay off unfunded liabilities. I also want to comment on the HERF sweeps because it seems to be a favorite topic on this council. Every legislator I know that represents our district is not in favor of that. They are 3 of 90 people in the legislature. There are various reasons why that is hard to get fixed. It doesn't happen overnight. So I'll just make that point. Finally, I think the comparison to HERF is poor. And the reason I say that is, it's like saying because the police lowered the speed limit, I can't help that I speed. No. They do that first. You get to decide how to respond. You can decide to abide or you don't have to. But it's still your choice at the end of the day whether or not you speed. The assessor does set the property values, but they do it before us and they don't change it. We are in complete and total control of what we tax our property owners, period. And so I don't think it's a very fair comparison. We can decide. Now, that all being said, I can count votes. I'm going to be outvoted if I go with the lower proposal. I still appreciate the compromise. I want to thank others for it. And I may end up jumping on board because I don't think we got the votes.
Councilmember Ray.
I'm belaboring the point.
It's okay.
Kelly, is that a true statement that Councilmember Peterson said, that if we go back to the other slide, do we take out loans immediately upon approved budget for CIP, or do we wait till they're needed?
Mayor, Councilmember Ray, we do the best we can to have the money at the time that we need it. So some of these projects will be system development fees where we've saved up money ahead of time. Our largest project, which would be the Greenfield wastewater treatment plant expansion, we're actually spending negative in the fund and waiting until the last minute when we need the funds to issue, which should be this fall or next spring sometime.
And that's what, like 50 million?
It's 50 million of bonds, yes.
Yeah, and 20 million cash that we're paying out of the general fund.
Correct.
Kelly, I'm sorry to interrupt. When I asked you about this related to the most current bond issuance, we had calculated that our issuance was going to be 95% of the budgeted amounts for those projects. So it sounds like I'm getting 2 different stories now. I thought I'd already been through this. So we borrow based on what we, not all of it, because we know there's some contingency, but about 95% of what our budget is, and that's done, isn't it? I mean, is it done for those projects?
Councilmember Peterson, I'm sorry if there was confusion there. With the streets projects, we have to do a balancing act of when we issue funds and when our projects are ready. So we, for example, when you're building your house, you don't borrow $5,000 this month, $10,000 again next month. You borrow the full amount at the time to build your house. And so with the bonding efforts, we have to break up with the authorization the amount that we anticipate to spend in about a 3-year period to reduce the issuance costs of going through the bonding process. And so we had about, $180 million of original issuance. We broke that into pieces because we knew we couldn't spend all of it. And then with a recession, it's taken us even longer to get through that first piece. And so that's why we'll issue in distinct chunks that we use over time.
But to be clear, we're talking about next year's budget. You said 3 years we borrow for, so next year is all borrowed for.
For the streets projects.
And that's not true for all the CIP?
No, each of the
Okay, so the most recent bonding, though, and that's what I was asking about. So that's still a huge chunk of what we're talking about.
Mayor?
Sorry, I try to be accurate.
Sure,
I
go
was
ahead.
close.
Councilmember Taylor.
Mayor, thank you. I hear two different proposals, vice mayors and then Councilmember Cook's. It's a little bit higher than that. I'd love to call the question and start from the bottom and go up and just see where we're at. If you're ready.
I'm not sure what if there's actually been a motion in a second, anything yet. No, there has not. So we will entertain a motion at this time. Councilmember Cook.
Mayor, I would like to motion that the levy, if I get this correct, is it 21,650? Yeah, so $21.65 million would be the levy, which would be a rate at approximately 1.03.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion carries with a 4-3 vote. Thank you. All right. I would like to adjourn the special meeting and reconvene our regular meeting. That moves us to administrative. Thank you, Kelly, by the way, and thank you to the entire finance team, who I know worked really hard, and budget in the back. And fiscal year 17 is almost behind us and moving. I know, fresh start come tomorrow. Nope, Saturday. That moves us to administrative items, board, commission, and committee reports from council liaisons. Is there any report? Excellent. There is, and I did double check with talking about the June 15th policy that has been resolved, and so we will be removing that from future meetings. And June 15th, the policy to use Uber or Lyft, we received the memo, and so we can move on from that and remove that from the agenda. That moves us to communications, report from town manager on current events.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you. Tonight, I just wanted to thank Kyle Meares and Linda and the rest of their team. It's not often that we really understand just how much work is being done in our planning and zoning department and a lot of the activities that take place on our planning commission. But we had two items tonight that they have spent a lot of time on, especially the sign code in particular. That's been a multi-year endeavor. They did an excellent job with a very, very complicated matter, one in which most cities across the nation still have not resolved and adopted a new code. So I thank them for that. They do great work. We don't always see the fruits of that work, but we certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other current events from the council? All right, I will have one tonight. I apologize for the lateness, but I did want to announce the Gilbert 4th of July celebration in partnership with Higley Unified School District and Central Christian Church. It's a free event with free parking. It's from 6 to 9 p.m. Fireworks will be on display at about 8:30. It's going to be held at Higley High School, and there will be additional viewing sites. That information can all be found on our town website. But we also suggest that everyone bring lots and lots and lots of water and that everyone stay hydrated. I just want to, on a personal note, thank our town team, the residents, and especially this council. It is a privilege to work alongside these individuals. I am proud to be part of this council. I think we've done great work in fiscal year 17. There will be no pause. There will be no break. We will move forward with fiscal year 18. Hopefully there'll be a few vacations, at least for the council and for staff over the next month. We know there's a mass exodus from the heat to find something cooler, but we sure are grateful for all the work that's been done to keep this community the high quality and amazing community that we've all come to love. And with that, I think we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.